Are you ready for a brand new season? Cycle 4 Season 10 will begin on January 17th at 2. The new season means there are new legendary items to collect, which includes the C4 S10 set, glasses, parachute, mask, cover, AUG, and more. In addition, players can use the new titles archive system to view the number of times a title has been acquired, highest completion progress, which seasons they were obtained in, and more. We've also added 4 new titles this season: Phenom, Almighty, Medic, and Summit. And we've added a star display for the Conqueror tier. Every 100 points bumps you up 1 mini-tier and adds a star. Also, season badge records for Season 1 through Season 19 have been updated. So, what's your tier goal this season? And will you make it? Let us know in the comments. Best wishes for ranking up in the new season.
Great news! Metro Royale has debuted a new map. It's called Misty Port. This map is not only full of resources, but is also home to exciting battles. Additionally, the map has added zip lines and stairs to make moving about easier than ever. Also, to improve the player experience, we've added new bosses to the map. Try it out now.
are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Pria itu sangat lelah. Malam itu, dia terjaga sepanjang malam dan memikirkan apa yang harus dia lakukan untuk mengembalikan kepercayaan diri. bersama-sama. Seperti yang pernah dikatakan oleh Master Bruce Lee.
Remember, success is a journey. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Always be yourself. Express yourself.
In yourself. Tiba-tiba 4 musuh datang dan menyerang mereka.
I think okay. Good morning, good evening, everyone here in the PMPL PMPL SEA Wildcard. I am Ray, and of course, join me here is Sir Cloud, and we will be your shoutcasters for today's set of games. How are you, Sir Cloud, and what are you looking forward for today?
Oh, I'm looking forward to more action, of course, and welcome to the English broadcast for the first time, Ray. I hope you're well as well, and I'm sure we will be seeing a lot of good action. So far, we have seen quite a good mix of teams going up on top, so it's still anyone's game if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of PH teams going, and I'm so excited to see more out of the Cambodian teams, of course. But as for Myanmar, hopefully it will be more exciting for those who are like at the top, on the bottom half of our leaderboards as of now. But basing on yesterday's set of games, I'm actually pretty shocked about the results. I also thought that there might be PH teams winning, but I think it's more out of the Cambodian teams who are really consistent all throughout.
Oh yeah, they're really close, in fact, in terms of their points, right? So go through the points later on, but I guess right now, just a little bit of a teaser of what's happening top. So we have 77 points, 5 of danger currently on top. Galacticos at second place with only like 4 points difference from them. And Galacticos, of course, they're a staple name around, so they are a team that is not to be looked down upon. Expect them to do well with 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, I mean, for the type of teams as of now, I think the most important thing about YG, about Yangon Galacticos, is that every kill, they have it. Every consistency, they have it. Although some of the maps, they didn't do well yesterday, but I think they always have that. But right now, of course, guys, we're always looking forward for this Silver Guru set.
Yeah, we got new seasons, new sets, of course. So one of it is going to be the Silver Guru set. And this is one of the new ultimate sets that's currently available. It definitely looks swaggy, I must say. Well, not really swaggy is the right word, but I would say that it's like a dynasty looking sort of a set, and I'm really liking this. I think it's a new kind of a take on the sets that we normally see in the PUBG Mobile universe. We look forward to that. What do you think of this set, really?
Yeah, Silver Guru set is there. But of course, we also have this, guys. I know a lot of people since our childhood, we've been saying this. The PUBG MX Bruce Lee, have faith in yourself. The internationally beloved martial arts master Bruce Lee joins PUBG Mobile in version 2.4's Martial Showdown for a limited time only. The collaboration will introduce a unique collection of in-game outfits and other items available from January 10th. So if I were you guys who are currently watching, I won't miss it and I'll check it out in the PUBG Mobile tab. You can see it there. And of course, to those who have a lot of UC coming in, make sure to buy it and make sure to follow us in our socials. For our fan page, we have PUBG Mobile for Myanmar. We also have PUBG Mobile Esports Cambodia. And of course, PUBG Mobile Philippines Esports. And on YouTube, we have PUBG Mobile Philippines. And we also have the official PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube and our fan page, PUBG Mobile. And of course, you can go out and check our TikTok channels. We also do our live streams there, guys.
Yeah, so that's all on the social in the current promos, but we're going to talk about today in the tournament. So this is the overview of the 2023 PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring. We start off with 20 teams that are divided into 4 different groups, A, B, C, D, and E, and they'll be playing throughout this week. But next week, there will be a group shuffle depending on how they perform this week. So as you can see on screen, and that the days will be still be the same. It will happen from Wednesday until Sunday, but the final will happen on week 3, will happen from March 3rd to the 5th of March, whereby 16 teams will play out in the finals, and that total prize pool of $40,000 US.
Man, but of course, I still do think there's just a lot of changes coming in. I mean, it's just the 3rd day so far as we've seen on the matches. But right now, guys, don't forget that we have bonus points here in the 2023 PMPL SEA Wildcard. We have weekly bonus points awarded each week for weekly rankings and followed by total bonus, week 1 weekly bonus plus the week 2 weekly bonuses and the initial bonus. It will start at the finals equal to total bonus points, and as you can see, here are the points there. But our participating teams, guys, it's still the same, no shuffle. They're already been shuffled into groups. You have Group A, YG, KE, Glab, Axis. Well, for Group B, we have SK, OJES, Vipers, SP. For Group C, we have G, Anchor, Enigma, H2O. And for Group D, we have BG, DX, Playbook, and of course, Flash Vision. But for Group E, we have Falcon, FOD, Sin, and West Point Mamba.
So those are the 5 groups, but that's on the teams. Now we have the head-to-head, which is between Popov as well as Michi. Popov has been around the scene for quite a while and is put up against Michi. As we can see here, the average eliminations too far 1.5, 1.6, but average damage, it does favor onto Popov. Average survival time though, Michi is a better survivor, and this is what all comes down to the points.
Ooh. I really do think this 5 of danger, they've been consistent all throughout, and finally on the last map yesterday in Miramar, they were able to capture that winner's chicken dinner, earning them that top spot. Young and Galacticos, they weren't very consistent earlier on. For yesterday, hopefully they'll be able to come back here. But as for the other teams, Glab, APG, Sin, they're now back on track somehow yesterday. But for Anchor, just kind of like a little bit of those too soons yesterday, some inconsistencies, but hopefully we'll get to see more out of H2O, Vipers, and the other one. Quick recap about yesterday. OJES, they were just really good when it comes to top fragging, but I think the real problem that they usually have is when they go up against team on the latter parts of the circle. But as for YG, as for 5 of danger, I think these guys are quite a surprise. They're really a type of a team who's just up there for a lot of kills, they're basically basing it on that. And for Yangon Galacticos, for those who are watching, their roster actually are new people. These guys are just newcomers, and yet they just brought out the best potential that they can have here in PMPL so far.
Yeah, and so far the two teams that managed to get one chicken dinner, in other words two, is Yangon Galacticos and Osjar. So these two teams, despite them getting two chicken dinners, well, another team is currently on top. So it does mean that they need to do a lot more in order to catch up. But then again, the points gap is not really far. So it's possible that today the number one spot could change. Of course, everyone wants to eye that crown of being the kings of Wildcard.
Yeah, the wildcard teams are quite exciting, and I think ever since the start of this 2023, I'm still like picking out who's the best teams so far for the SEA Wildcard, but it's everybody's game. But here are our top Sanhok performers before we proceed to our very first map. We have Ojes, Falcon, 5 of Danger, and Flash Vision. These teams are the usual also that you can see for the other bigger maps like Erangel and Miramar. But you can really see how they manifest what they can bring out more, especially here in Sanhok.
Yeah, so far 4 teams, and well, actually before the show started, I got a text from. I'll talk about that story a little bit more later on, but just to introduce our format today, whereby we will be playing 5 matches. Of course, it's going to be the same. We're going to start off with Sanhok.
Is okay? Alright.
Alright, that is going to be the 5 maps, and of course we're going to start off in the smallest map in the world of PUBG Mobile. It's going to be Sanhok. This map, oh man, not my favorite map to be honest, but because of certain changes recently, I think this map is a little bit more balanced now, and I'll be looking forward to see how the teams adapt to this.
I think for Sanhok, this is really a big question mark for a lot of teams, especially when I base it on the yesterday set of games in Quarry. They were just a little bit struggling on the circle itself. Only just one team favored yesterday on their positionings, and that is in Falcon Esports. But then for our caster prediction, let's see who's gonna get who. I'm so excited. Do we have like the same prediction right now? But looking at it, Sir Cloud, oh, we're so far from our predictions with each other.
Yeah, but that's where the fun is, right? In case and none of my none of my predictions I got it because we got 3 predictions right, and Ray Ray gets the predictions right, well, then we're gonna just punish Ray Ray at some point. So we'll see what is Ray Ray going to do. But hey, Ray Ray, without further ado, we will jump into Sanhok game number 1 for day number 3.
Here it is. What will be our flight path? It's gonna be coming on the south side of Camp Alpha, going east towards Monglai. Oh, this is pretty difficult for the guys. It's just gonna drop around the south side of Sanhok, but usually the circle comes in at around Hatton, if I remember, around Bootcamp. And the usual thing about these teams is that, especially here in Sanhok, they don't give up their dropping points. They are really going in towards those drop points, that even if it's a do or die, they still make it. And one of those are from 5 of Danger. They're like circling around in Camp Alpha yesterday, and they were able to take out a lot of teams going along. But at the same time, Ojes also is really powerful. They go for those early rotations. They go for those team fights around like 5 to 10 minutes during the game. But for Axis, I think yesterday, Sir Cloud, in a lot of maps, they've been just getting those too soon.
Yeah, little unfortunate for them though. So currently Axis, they are at number 18 in the overall. So they need to find their way back up again. It's interesting to see that some teams like Axis, they do have a mix of. I think Axis has the most diverse lineup of all. So number one, they
Yeah.
have two nations in it, Malaysia and also Singapore players, and they also have female players in it. So that's going to be really interesting to see how they can hold up. And it seems to be good news because they'll be sharing this same compound with another team.
Oh, looks like there's the first frag coming in from Moy, one of our PH representative, Sin. You know what? I also, a fun fact about Sin, this team, they've just been joining a lot of tournaments all over again. You know, it's a trial and error for them. And finally, when they went into PMNC, a lot of teams didn't expect that they'll be able to be here in PMPL. And now that they are here, this roster has a lot of capabilities, and they actually exceeded my expectations so far, because I thought it's gonna be Enigma who's gonna get a lot of frags together with Glab, but West Point Mamba together with Sin, they're like the consistent teams as of now in PH, and you can really see that on our scoreboard. West Point Mamba is at currently number 4 overall, you know, being better than Glab, which is like the representatives also that went to SEA Games together with Playbook. So it's really good to see new teams really growing through PMPL SEA Wildcard. And aside from that, Five of Danger is something that a lot of people didn't expect.
Yeah, Five of Danger currently at the top. For me personally, even before starting the PMPL SEA Wildcard, I would name a few. Let's say I would name like Young Galacticos to be at the top. I might name even APG to be at the top. But to my surprise as well, Five of Danger is currently at the top. But then again, we are still day number 3 today. So anything can still happen towards the end. As some of the words of some athletes, it doesn't matter how you start. It matters how you end. So this is a challenge for the teams.
Oh, they definitely need to put a good closure whenever it's like that, right? This team sometimes they just start so slow, a lot of adjustments, and as for Axis, hopefully today they'll be able to like adjust a lot. But right now, looks like there's someone from OJES that's gonna be Ranzer being tackled down, and OJES, this guy is. They used to be Orange Esports. Everyone knows that a team that has great popularity in Cambodia, and they also have like they are also a streamer group. They also stream from time to time. They have a lot of viewers, and finally they've been like active in the professional scene, like at least since 2019, if I remember correctly, for the Sea Wildcard, and. Even if some of them parted ways with Pov not being part of the roster as of now, you can really see that he's also growing in his own team, which is here also in PMPL. But looking at it, the Dragon, it's going to be Axis again versus Game Lab, and there's Nasty being taken already by Kai.
Yeah, not good news for Axis. They had to share this compound, unfortunately. And some of the players are currently out. One is confirmed, one is screaming out for help, so it doesn't look good for them though. But if you kind of look at this, right, overall rating, it does look like Sanhok is like this how should I put it, hard and fast battleground that people, when they drop, because the map is small and because of the recent changes inside the game, they are forced to take fights early on, and hence we see like at least 3 of them out right now, and probably make more soon.
Yeah, that's just really something of a struggle. But looking at the positioning right now of Axis, it's really a struggle for them. How can they actually bail out? There's just 2 Glab members looking at them. They are not letting go of this point kills, most probably. And Axis, they've been like one of those notable teams coming in from the SG scene and going up against other team here in PMPL Wildcard. I've been seeing a lot of struggles from them, especially here in Sanhok together with Erangel. They've been meeting a lot of teams along the way. The rotation is really shaky, but aside from that, you can also see H2O also is a team that really did inconsistent during the first day when it was around on the first day, but yesterday they were really impressive also in Miramar. So maybe there's just a lot of teams who are struggling here in Sanhok, but when it comes to Erangel and Miramar, when it comes to the bigger maps in PUBG Mobile, they can actually take on their actual strategies, because here in Sanhok sometimes it's a hit or miss.
Yeah, that's the thing about Sanhok, that honestly the reason why I don't really like Sanhok is because it's very circle dependent. If, for example, if the circle goes towards the Camp Alpha Island, for example, teams that either drop there or make their way onto the Camp Alpha Mountains have the biggest advantage of securing a lot of points, or even the chicken dinner itself. And it's very difficult for teams like, let's say, if you drop really, really far away, if you drop like around Lakawi, for example, the circle is there, your chances of survival is very, very low. So I feel that this map is kind of circle dependent, so it's a little bit hard for the teams. But then again, of course, that's the challenge as professional teams, right? But I do look forward to one day if Vikendi might come back to the main stage.
Oh yeah, I kind of look forward to these teams, especially when they go out already to the main stage. I mean, it's really different when you're on that versus here, because the meta is quite different. But I think with the new point system coming in, this teams has been improving so far when it comes to those engagements, when it comes to those close, and when it comes to those takes on the positionings that they have in each ceiling here in Sanhok or in the other maps. But looks like Glab is on a spree once again. They'll be seeing their fellow PH team representative, which is Vipers. But as for Sin, they want to take down Falcon.
no.
The ones who were the winners of the previous Sanhok that we had yesterday. And Andrew takes down Lanju, one of their entry fraggers. But there's just the trades coming in. Moy taking down Andrew. That's some good answers coming in from Sin.
Ooh, okay, let's see if Guap can actually finish this up. Super duper low on his opponents. Try to find a good angle. Goes in, and there you have it. Andrew's out. That means also that Ray, what are your predictions? Unfortunately, is not included.
Yeah, kind of favoring me on my side. Thanks, Sin. Don't deny me, guys. But I should have put them in Sanhok, because they've been really good also yesterday. They finished at top 6, if I remember correctly. But H2O, this team, they've been struggling a lot in Sanhok map yesterday, but I love their improvement in Miramar. They've been doing it really good with those skills. But for Enigma, once again, looks like they kind of crumbled up. They've been in Sanhok, they have just this sense of kind of really scared to actually go and take out a lot of teams, because in Miramar they've been doing so well. They've been pushing around, going from one place to another, finding their enemies. But for Enigma in Sanhok, they're suppressed. They're kind of scared to do those frags all over, and that's the problem when you don't have one of their fraggers, which is in the current substitute right now, which is Claire. So I hope they'll bring him back on the actual roster to play here, because he's a smart player when it comes to playing in Sanhok. But right now we have Yangon Galacticus. These guys, my goodness, Sir Cloud, they are just experienced.
Oh yes, they are. They are going up against H2O. H2O as a brand name, it's not their first showing in the PMPL. They have been in the first season of the PMPL MYSG back then. Of course, it's a totally different roster right now. I wouldn't say that they were superb the last time they were on the PMPL stage. But this time around as well, still a little bit struggling for them. They still need to work out a lot in order to get back onto the chart, and most importantly, try to get back into the top 16.
Hopefully, that's I think for the SEA Wildcard teams, they have so much to learn when they go into the actual PMPL stage or in the finals, I guess, going up against other SEA teams in their own regions. But at least KE right now is denying the guys from SB in just a blink of an eye. They have been eliminated. Look at this, guys. Really sniffling around each other, actually getting in for this engagement. And the compound takes are really important in Sanhok, especially that it will be ending up in ruins. It's an open area for everyone. There's no way that you can hide around there unless you're too confident like KE to just take on the kills, get that compound, and wait for the next circle.
Oh, can you imagine, Ray? We have at least like 5 teams still on the Camp Alpha Island, and they all need to migrate down to the Ruins Island. We can expect to see a lot of fights happening at the bridge. At the bridge and at the, some will call it the L house, some will call it the 7th house on the right, just outskirts of boot camp. So I think those were the two key fight areas. Unless if any team would be creative enough to go maybe through Paradise Resort and come back in, that would be a really bold move. But to do that, of course, they will need to have a vehicle, and we all do know how often you can get a vehicle inside of Sanhok. It's not that often.
Yeah, and plus when you have that vehicle, a lot of teams might be hearing you and you're just gonna do your rotation, right? So some of them, they just don't use it at all, but unless they come from a far area. But I gotta also add in what you said earlier about the boot camp dropping point here. I think it gives you a lot of creativity when it comes to that rotation, since technically bootcamp is on the center of the map, right? You can just adjust your rotations based on the play zone. But Sin, once again, they are really on fire. One of FOD is gonna go down, but this is also a good place for FOD. They can gatekeep teams coming along their way, but I think it's also a hit or miss, since there's just also teams lurking around the compounds, might be spotting you out, and their name is Sin, but they're currently trapped on the northern part of the map, and this is dangerous. They're stuck here, and this zone will be eating them, and when you're on that fort phase, it really gives you a lot of scratches, and that might be hard.
Ooh, look at the teams really close to each other, fighting. And the fights will start. And right now we can see some of the teams struggling to get into the circle, in fact, including Enigma, who's busy with Young Galacticos behind. And at the same time, on the other side as well, there are 3 teams that will be waiting for them. But what's going to be interesting is that how will the next circle be? If the circle moves up, then it's going to be a little bit hard for some of the teams at the southern side. We still have some percentage of the circle on the other side of the island, though. So I would say that maybe at least 3 teams can still kind of stick on the top island, the Camp Alpha Island, and can still chill there for the moment.
They can still chill around for the moment, but I think it might be hard for them to just go with those going into the zone, especially for G's side and Glab. We have just FOD lurking around there on the bridge side, but at least it's kind of safe also, since there's also seen kind of giving few distractions for FOD to actually take those frags. And look at that, KE just finishing some of the FOD members, and they are also getting a total of 5 eliminations. Just a quick background about KE. Pov is there, he's part of it. He used to be the Orange Esports guy that has been really top fragging, but looks like I got it wrong, because on the kill feed he's been knocked out. Hopefully they'll be able to go for the revive, but at least that's not gonna work. But for Glab, as of now, these guys, they are finally into the zone, but they need to run as much as they can, because if it's too late, there's also G that might be giving them a lot of struggles just to get into the zone. And speaking of, not just G giving them a lot of struggles, but there's also KE that might be spotting them out in the open. And speaking of, there's the top taking out one, finishing out Ichi.
Ooh, really? We're only stage 4 of the circle, and we already lost 6 teams. Can you imagine that? And that's more than half of the players wiped out as well. The game is just going really, really fast. But it's going to be fast as well, as we can see here. Looks like 2 teams that are stuck with each other. Sin knows exactly where Easy is, and it's probably going to be easy for them to take him out with the numbers advantage.
Advantage it is, But then Evo, they just need to hide. They need to they need to survive. But looks like there it is. Asi. He tries to knock out one from Sin, but I think going up against 3 members won't work. They need to survive more and more, but I think it's already impossible. Sin is just there right behind them, and Sin has no choice but to get into the zone, as the next thing that they have to worry about is KE. But Glab, there's the zone, might be eating them, and if they want to cross this river that we have here in Sanhok, they have to face, once again, the guys of KE. Look, KE is just overseeing a lot of teams. They can get the kills at the same time. It's really a big advantage that they did a hit or miss on their compound take earlier on, and right now it's paving in, it's working for them. But alongside that, Enigma, they want to sacrifice this rotation using that bug in. Finally, they got into it behind the rocks. But as of now, there's just a lot of struggles for GE and Glab to get inside the zone.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit harder now that the zone has shrunk. But there's still a little bit of room at the Camp Alpha Island. But I think where the circle is at right now, there's not much room for them to play cover if they were to stay on the Camp Alpha Island anyway. So I would say now is the right time to really plan how they want to get into the Ruins Island. And the best part about this kind of circle is that you probably will have like, what, 60% of land that you can really play with. Hence, we will see a lot more fights happening as the clock tickles down.
And look at that, the 5 of death, it's already out of our game here in Sanhok. But while that is happening, there's just a lot of teams, including Glab, trap out outside the play zone. They don't have any heals together with GE, but there's also some of the teams just dying out, no heals available. H2O also has been eliminated, trimming it down to the last 6 teams. Imagine we're still on the stage 5. Usually when you have like 16 teams with the previous points here in PUBG Mobile, I think they would have like played it safe. But right now, they really need to get the kills as much as possible, since our score lines here in PUBG Mobile kind of change. So they have to make those kills work. But looks like the zone is gonna be favoring Ojes and Skynine. He needs to make an opening just to be able to secure inside the circle. But the next thing that they have to see is that there's West Point Mamba blocking off their rotation, blocking off their usual plans, and of course KE giving so much pressure for the teams right now out in the open.
Oh, can you imagine this, really? We're already like the top 5 teams, and it's only stage 6 of the circle. We're not even at stage 7. My goodness. But anyway, Sin managed to get 10 elimination points, doing well in this round. And at least the top 5 teams, we still have like 3 teams still having full squad. So it's going to be interesting to see how this turns out as we watch the final few moments of the game. Now KE is waiting for Sin to come in. Sin is having trouble. They're still on the outside of the circle, and the zone is closing in.
While the zone is closing in, they need to get that KE positioning as much as possible, because if that won't work, it might be a really big of a struggle for them. But Sin, they're just throwing all out those grenades, setting up kind of the smokes, but there's also the top pushing, giving in the mollies so that they won't be able to cross. But while they're just preparing for that, they are actually just giving them distractions while going inside the circle, because they have to go up against each other just to be able to secure most of those kills. But then Michi is just taking down KE, and there's also Moy once again. The Vax is already eliminated. We all thought it's gonna favor KE's side, but it's not. Popov tries to secure still, but that won't happen because Landru spots him out, leaving only one behind for KE.
Oh, that was unfortunate for Popov. He tried to get into the circle, but unfortunately he was spotted out. Now it's going to be Holy Landru. He needs to get into the circle. The blue is closing in just behind him, but they're not done yet with their opponent. They still need to spot out the rest of KE before they can backstab them.
Oh, they're just fighting while the zone is closing in West Point Mamba. All of them was like, okay, let's just get inside the circle. Let's just let them go up against each other. We need to go with our priorities right now. And while Sin is doing that, they want to take out the Kaya, the last member of KE. And finally, he's just being eaten by the play zone. But the next thing that Scene has to face is, of course, the guys from Viper. So we have 3 PH teams remaining. And is this gonna be their first winner chicken dinner once again for today? I think yes, definitely it is. But who's gonna get it? Vipers, there's still 3 guys remaining. And as for Sin, they need to get that. But looks like this play zone won't allow them. And Deja will be probably taking out 1 kill, but that won't be possible as the Migs will be able to spot him.
Well, I want to say Vipers was in the best position, but now it looks like it's going to be West Point Mamba having the upper hand. 4 of them still active versus 3 from Vipers, and looking at their current position, they seem to be in a better angle as compared to Vipers. Of course, the only thing is that they're clumped up together. One name might rule them all. That's the risk that they're taking at this moment. But Viper's not going to go down without a fight. Still managed to take down 2 from West Point Mambas.
Here it is. Deja tries to cook a nade. He might be able to eliminate them. And Vipers, they were just so silent all throughout those battles. And finally, getting their first winner chicken dinner all throughout here in the PMPL SEA Wildcard. These guys, they've been like teammates for quite a while now. I think they all started around the early 2020. They used to be the Sab Fuegos, and now they are here in Vipers Clan. A lot of experienced player during the PMCO bringing it here, and there's just a lot of struggles for this team so far before on the first few days. And I think here in Sanhok, we can definitely say that they've been adjusting so far, and it's finally worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. Their best achievement was like number 4 in 2 rounds, and the rest of them is like 10 and above. So this is definitely a major boost for Vipers Clan, and will definitely bring them up at least somewhere into the middle, maybe even the top 10. But we need to tabulate the scores. Okay, top 10 may be a little bit too much, but at least on the outskirts of top 10. And if you can maintain the top 16 until the 2 weeks are over, you will secure your slot into the finals, which will happen later on week 3. So as long as they can continue a consistent run, they might not get chicken dinners every round, but if they can take this as a starting point and continue on their consistency run, we might see them in the grand finals.
Hopefully, this is really big for Vipers. We've seen them like not starting it all great during like the first day of a 3-day tournament in PUBG Mobile usually, and on the second and third day, that's when they'll finally be able to adjust, even if there's a lot of adjustments already on their side. Like they went some re-rosters, they put Rain already in their main lineup. They changed something a little bit on how they want to play their team fights. Vipers is up ahead, just kicking in. But as for the other teams, for West Point Mamba, that could have been a big win already for them. Imagine, it was a 4v2 when Deja was knocked out. They just let the time for Vipers to revive Deja once again while throwing in their nades, knocking out some members of West Point Mamba. But looking at our highlights, there's just a lot of early retaliation between teams. But Sin, I gotta commend that this team is just really pumped up. Imagine, they've been getting a lot.
Oh yeah, they are definitely pumped up for that. But let's check out the highlights from the previous round. So as we can see here, it was a tough match because of the circle. The circle was tricky. You had 50% on the Camp Alpha Island and 50% on the ruins. So teams needed to make a decision, like whether they want to stay on top or they want to go bottom at some point. And the moment the circle moved towards the southern side, that's where we can see like teams just go crazy trying to cross over.
And I'm happy to see that those crossovers is finally like giving them so much momentum already. And aside from that, I'm happy to see that the PH teams right now are growing. Sanhok has been really difficult for them, not just for Vipers, but for the other PH teams as well. Like, it's really different when it comes to how Cambodia and Myanmar play it, and together with the SG teams. But for PH teams, this is quite a surprise because I really didn't expect that they'll be able to grab a win in Sanhok. It's more leaning on towards Miramar, which is a map where they usually win based on the games on the previous days here in a PMPL Wildcard.
Yeah, there will be a lot of expectations for the Filipino teams, of course, because they have 7 representatives into the Southeast Asia Wildcard this time around. So a lot of slots. Fans will definitely be looking forward to seeing their performance, whether they can be on top. But of course, being on top at this point, it's still not that, I wouldn't say, it's not that prize moment that they want. They want to be on top in the grand finals. Yeah, every team wants that. That is the main goal of being in this tournament and getting the majority of the prize pool from that $40,000 prize pool. So we still look forward to seeing if some of the bottom teams can actually rise up to the occasion now that it's day number 3. You know, like what gamers always say, right? Oh, it's a warm-up round. It's a warm-up round. Well, it's day 3, so warm-up's out of the window.
Oh, I like power-ups there and everything. But let's see what will be like the current results in our stats on what happened in Sanhok. I'm not really big of a fan for Sanhok because technically I like bigger maps like Erangel and Miramar. Obviously, I think it gives so much space for the teams to like get on their strats, finally like do the rotations. Well, in Sanhok, as what we've said, it's a hit or miss. If the circle won't favor you, it's a big of a struggle. Like, you really need to go early even if you don't have enough loots just to be able to secure a compound. But at the same time, if you have smaller loots, there's just a small chance of actually winning it out against your enemy. So there's just a lot of gamble when it comes to your strategies here in Sanhok. And even if one circuit, even if for example in phase 4 you'll have that compound with you, but on phase 5 it won't be on your side anymore. That's what exactly happened to KE earlier on.
Yeah, so but yeah, to me Sanhok has always been that iffy map, right? That it's very circle dependent, and if the circle just shifts away, then a lot of teams that do not get the favor of the circle, they will be in a difficult position. But that's what we saw just now. But anyway, it's only one round of Sanhok, so we don't need to worry about it too much. Well, at least for the players, we don't need to worry because we're just watching the game. So it's going to be up to the players how they're going to adapt themselves into future Sanhoks ahead, because definitely we'll be playing Sanhok every day. I'm pretty sure Sanhok is going to make a appearance in the finals as well.
Oh, I just really miss Vikendi.
Yeah, me too.
Vikendi is really, I suppose, much more efficient than Sanhok. Like, the loot is pretty okay, and plus you get like a lot of compounds even if it's like small also. But looks like we only have Sanhok, but at least we are already done with Sanhok. We're gonna go into Erangel already. What are like your expectations for this map? Because me personally, based on the previous games that we've seen, I think Myanmar teams are very consistent in this map. I've seen Yangon Galacticos getting a lot of frags. They've been like the team with the most kills, and apparently the overall, the chicken dinner points equivalent to like a total of 24 points, because that's already big considering that we have the new point system here in PUBG Mobile, right? They had a total of 14. They were just overseeing everyone on the mountain side of Gatka, and even if teams try to like get their positioning, Yangon Galacticos is just so good. They've been really giving these teams a hard punishment all throughout. But then, considering that a lot of teams also are good in Miramar, yesterday it was quite a surprise for me that the teams that we are like expecting to just go up and actually just be good, and that's KE themselves and Five of Danger. They've been like consistent on the last two maps itself. That's why they were able to gather a total of rather on the side of Five of Death, the number one score or number one position right now in the total ranking. So this is just where maybe the teams have their own specialty and their maps, but Erangel and Miramar, they're just the game changers.
Yeah, Erangel, plus they are the majority of the maps, so it's those maps that you have to master at the end of the day. Even if you remember when we had like previous seasons, it's always Sanhok to be played only once as compared to the other maps. And the other maps will be played at least twice. So yeah, so teams definitely need to put a lot more focus onto the other maps too. But what's interesting about this Sanhok this time around is that because of the changes into the game, we can no longer see teams playing the healing game. And that's the fun part about it. Like if they, that's why we can see a lot of fights towards the end. And I think this is essentially the best way to play the game. Like you end the game on a high, just fighting each other to get that number one slot and to be the number one.
Oh, be the one. I remember that hashtag. I think it was around 2019 of PMCO, right? I guess but aside from that, a lot of viewers has been asking, who's your personal pick actually, Sir Cloud, in our 20 teams as of now here in SEA Wildcard? Who's like your favorite?
Ooh, is that referring to a player or a team?
Oh yeah, a team and player, whatever you like.
Oh no, this is so hard. You know, this is so hard. I mean, a lot of teams, they are really good. My goodness, it's really hard, right? But I guess if I were to pick one, just on top of my head, might probably be Yangon Galacticos, just because of that track record as well, being in the Southeast Asia PUBG Mobile scene. But if I were to pick an underdog now, I think that's kind of like a name that's kind of staple, right? So if I were to kind of pick an underdog, right, I would kind of want to see maybe like Austria do well. I don't know. To be honest, it's really hard, right? Because some of these teams are making their debut at this stage, and sometimes it's a little bit different as compared to the country PMNC, for example. So I don't know. But just to name a few, I guess those were my two names. But how about you, Ray Ray? What do you think?
Maybe for me, my personal favorite, we might be on the same page for Yangon Galacticos, but if I were like to pick another one, that will be Five of Danger. They're just a good team. They're fragging too much. They're just so great all throughout. And we've seen it earlier, not so much, but maybe on the other bigger maps. But here it is, our most valuable player, and he's also the captain of Viper's clan, and his name is Pugel. A total of 2 eliminations, 506 damage. Survival time is 21 minutes and 41. The team contribution is 37%, and damage taken is 78. But you gotta consider also that Deje from Vipers really started it. Even if he was knocked out earlier, he was able to get it first against West Point Mamba. But our teams to watch, it's gonna be Vipers, and followed by Sin, West Point Mamba together with KE. I think it's obvious, guys. These are the last 4 teams that we've seen in Sanhok who actually survived.
Yeah, and well, now that we have a Ray Ray together with us today, maybe you can help me out with this curious question. Does Pugel mean anything in the Philippines?
But Spoogel has been like a player that has been active since if I remember around the early parts of 2019. And for Spoogel, I think he's been inconsistent before, since there was just a lot of changes for Sabfuegos when they were still inside the team. But right now he chose amongst the new roster coming in, like Rain is finally there with them, plus Deje's support. The 2 core members of Fuegos are still there playing. But our week 1 rankings right now, it's West Point Mamba leading by 2 against 5 of danger, and now Jess also at 74. I think it's still too early to actually find a team that will be like getting the first place, since one too soon or one chicken dinner can make a big difference. But Vipers right now, they're currently upping their scoreboards, their leaderboards right now, and if they're still consistent all throughout the next maps that they'll be playing, this might be big for them. But knowing that the SP earlier on, they just they haven't played, they still haven't started playing yet. We are like looking forward how they can move along and just join these teams going up against each other here in the PMPL.
Well, that is it for round number 1. Congratulations again to Vipers Clan taking home the first chicken dinner for today. We'll have round number 2 happening in Erangel, and it will be A, B, D, and E playing the next round. So it's going to be Game Lab Alpha, Axis Fighter, Kill Enemy or KE, Young Galacticos, and we have Phantom Reapers SP. We have SKR Equal, Austria Esports, Vipers Clan will be playing again. And we have the X Esports, Burmese Goals, Playbook Esports, Flash Vision Esports, West Point Mamba, Sin Main Team, 5 of Danger, and Falcon Esports is going to play next. But while we wait for the game to start, don't forget to follow us on our social medias.
Oh yes, guys, of course. So we have the English broadcast, of course, here in PUBG Mobile Esports. But if you want to of course check out our other casters for Myanmar together with Cambodia and Philippines, we have PUBG Mobile Myanmar, PUBG Mobile Esports Cambodia, PUBG Mobile Philippines Esports, and PUBG Mobile Philippines on YouTube. We also have our own TikTok channels, PUBG Mobile Myanmar, PUBG Mobile Philippines, and PUBG Mobile Esports for more esports updates and in-game updates for the active PUBG Mobile players out there who are currently watching.
Yeah, and don't forget to follow us on our social medias as well. Now, just saying, while you're at it, while you have already opened your own TikTok account or your Facebook account or YouTube, why not? Just give us a follow at the same time. Doesn't cost anything. But for the next round, it will cost the teams that spot on the top. But what's going to be interesting as well, right? I don't know if you were a team. Would you be would the placements going on to week number 2 matter to you, or it doesn't matter? What do you think, Riri?
That's a good question. But for me, the biggest, knowing that we've been casting like a month worth of group stages, right? A 5-day league per week. I think the most important part is on the last week itself, or maybe on the last 3 days here in PMPL. But as of now, if I were like one of the teams here, I'll do my best to really be consistent and get that winner chicken dinner as much as possible, because we have those weekly bonuses that will add up and give you an advantage on the finals itself. So these 2 weeks, they need to maximize that, because if they don't, that might be a big struggle for them to actually not just get into the top 16, but to actually take that slot going into the bigger stage here in PUBG Mobile.
True enough. It could be okay, I'm kind of think of this scenario whereby in previous PMPLs, right, there were teams that they don't do really well in the league, like they don't rank up that many bonus points, but when it comes to the finals, they just blow everyone away. So we have seen that kind of comeback before. It is of course not impossible for our teams here to actually do that in the grand finals. But there's still many days to go, and at the end of the day, you as a team, you don't want to be put in a situation where you are forced to do that comeback. You don't want to be in a comeback situation. You always want to be like at the healthy starting position, so that when you go into the finals, yes, you may need to worry about teams behind you, but at least you have that peace of mind that you have some gap as compared to other teams.
Oh yeah, we've seen that a lot of times, right? Not just only here in PMPL SEA Wildcard, but also in their own region scenes, like in Indonesia, in MYSG, in Thailand. That if you get those weekly bonuses all for yourself, you definitely get that champion badge, and that exactly happened to Geek Fam. If we're just gonna go in on a little bit of that throwback during the fall season, right? They've been winning the weekly bonuses as the top one, and even if they were like struggling on the finals itself in the MYSG PMPL, the bonus points really gave them big of an advantage, even if there were just teams like going up against them, like 4 rivals. They also want to get that number 1, but it really helped Geek Fam, and hopefully that's just the same for the teams as of now who just wants to get the number 1. Those weekly bonuses are very important. Even if you lose, at least the consistency on 1 day out of 3 on the upcoming finals, at least you have that security that you can still get a lot of points along the way.
Yeah, yes, you always want that security at the end of the day, right? But after this, there will not be any security for the group that's going to make their debut. So it's going to be Group D making their debut after this. Group D consists of DX Esports, Burmese Ghost, Playboy Esports, and Flash Vision Esports. Burmese Ghost is very interesting though. They are a reputable Southeast Asia esports brand, I would say, but surprised to see them currently at the bottom of the overall chart. So hopefully they'll be able to live up to their name of being one of the active esports organization within the Southeast Asia region to actually climb back up. Of course, we still have many days to play. Besides that as well, Flash Vision Esports also making a comeback as well into the scene. They have been absent for a couple of seasons now, back in the PMPL MYSG period, and glad to see them now. They are here. So, but of course, it's a change of a roster. But within their roster, they have 2 Malaysian players that have been in the scene for quite a while, especially one of them, Atai, whom I used to work with as well. Great guy, and I'm very happy to see him actually competing again. He's always been this fighter kind of guy.
Our personal favorite will always be Rager, but here are our caster predictions. As for Sir Cloud, of course, we're seeing Vipers. Oh, okay. Vipers and OJS and SKQ, but as for me, I'm gonna go with YG. Flash Vision is what we guys are talking about earlier on before we started this prediction, and a Game Lab. But you know, YG is really strong in Erangel. A lot of people will definitely agree with me on this one. But knowing that Vipers is currently on a momentum coming in from their good start in Sanhok, I am excited on how they will surprise us once again in this map.
Yeah, definitely. They have to be my pick, right? I want to see them being consistent. Come on, let's go. I like to see like the underdog teams actually showing it up. So I look forward to seeing their performance. And after this, we will be jumping into none other than Erangel. Ray, one of your favorite maps.
Oh, it is one of our favorites, the classic map, of course. We all started, we were born in Erangel before we proceeded to Miramar and other maps. But as we go here, who's going to be the first team taking the first Erangel map? So let's go, guys.
Alright, here we go. Erangel will be the battleground for our teams in match number 2 for day number 3. So again, one group will be sitting out of Erangel, and that will be Group C. So Group D will be making their debut. So the teams will need to adapt to the changes within the groups, because every day will be a shuffle of groups, so the teams will just need to be prepared for all of that. Now let's see if they can actually do it after this, as the flight path seems to be pretty nice, coming through the middle, cutting across Pachinki up onto Severny, so that's going to be balanced for all the teams. Now one thing about this kind of map that is kind of big is that if the flight path is one-sided, if it goes like on the left, right, whichever, some teams may be on a disadvantage if they were to drop. Now, if they want to drop into their own draw slot, because they need to get vehicles in between, and that's where scuffles can happen.
Ooh, I like that take about how these teams can actually have that bigger of an advantage whenever it's on that dropping point. But I'm happy to see that the flight path is like this every time I cast Erangel yesterday, and it's also the same for this. But the circle, it's gonna be maybe centering around the Gatka or around the water city. But I think it might be leaning. I hope it's not gonna be a hard shift around Pachinki, because that's where it's gonna be hard for a lot of teams. You gotta make a big decision whether you just trap yourself in Pachinki for the latter parts of the game. But here it is. We're gonna be going around K. We have Pov just looting around. Teams are just pretty chill right now. The Sanhok earlier was just really fast paced, I guess. A lot of teams are just like so excited to take on those kills. But the Game Lab quite near, of course, with another team. But I think there's not much to say about those early engagement. I think they are more disciplined now than ever. These teams are quite aware of how they'll handle their drop points here in Erangel. And as what we've said, it's a bigger map. It should be better. But I think I got it wrong. Newbie from Game Lab is just gonna go down into the hands of Eren. Oh, we have an anime character here, I guess. Eren from Attack on Titan.
Wow, okay. Sometimes I feel that I'm too old for anime, but you're never too old for anime. Ladies and gentlemen, you're never too old for anime. But you spoke too soon, Ray Ray. We thought that, okay, it's going to be a chill round, but no. That was one encounter. Here's going to be another encounter. Goblin's going to be in trouble. 1v3, unless he can pull off a miraculous clutch. Now, he does have a good weapon, but he's going up against a DBS. But Goblin! Goblin! Stole it! Can he get away?
Oh no! Excited. You're actually right, Sir Cloud. I think it's quite unfortunate. These guys, they just want to get the vehicle, just get out of it. But it seems like they don't have much of a choice. They need to get those guns and try to pick off at least those who's gonna be dropping with them. And imagine you had like at least 5 to 10 minute waiting time to get into the lobby and now play inside the game. Then you're just only gonna be pick off. And but at least we haven't seen those teams that are just in a single dropping point, because yesterday there were at least a lot. That's Axis also. Yesterday there's just a lot of teams that drop with them, and now they got pinched off by those two teams. But right now for KE, they just need to be consistent all throughout. Case currently top 5 with a total of 7-3. They kind of did it good in Sanhok, but it wasn't enough for them to get the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I would have... Okay, but one consolation I would say that Moy managed to get is that the vehicle was destroyed, or close to being destroyed. So that means that he kind of handicapped his opponents too. So okay, I would kind of give it like that is his consolation. I mean, that's the best that he could get out from. But action's not stopping yet, Ray Ray. Look at this. Sin managed to get another knockdown or an elimination on the Chanlong from Falcon.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was just too late for him earlier. But Jess, they're far from the circle. They need to get inside. But as for Sin, the fact that they are starting to hit up once again, they might be a dangerous team for the other team that will be meeting against them. But the truth about the Sin, guys, for those who are watching, they are one of the teams that is really unpredictable and unexpected. They've been like participating in a lot of community tournaments, and until they finally got their seat on the scene, and that's West Point Mamba also. So far, we've been seeing these underdog teams rising up, but of course, in the international scene, it's really different. And you can definitely see TX right now wants to spot off the members of West Point Mamba, but I think it won't connect all together.
Yeah, we can see that Sin, they have been giving us a lot of action in round number 1 and round number 2 as well, starting it all hot. They are sinning against other teams, I must say. But we're gonna give it to them. They are currently at at least number 8 out of this top out of the 16 teams, meaning that they still need to work a lot if they want to get on top and gain those bonus points. So they are doing what needs to be done, and we did talk about like what's the current format on the point system. Is that the point system forces teams to go for elimination points, and to me they're playing by that rule.
And it's really different now, right? It will teach you not to be slow pace, or not to be just continuing to just go for your position, because the kill points really gives a lot of impact, pushes you to be more aggressive and not just like continue to be passive here in PUBG Mobile. And I think that's a good step up also. It will also teach teams how to get into compounds, like get that compound from the hands of another enemy. And aside from that, it also teaches them how to not just be aggressive, but how to be disciplined whenever you have like team fights for the 4v4 situations here in PUBG Mobile. That's very important. Are you gonna take the kill or not once you knock out an enemy during that team engagement? There's just a lot of improvements when it comes to the styles of teams with the new point system. But the problem with PH teams is that in the previous PMNC that they played before, right now here in PMPL, the point system that they had is the point system before we changed into the 10 winner chicken dinner points. And that's why they're kind of struggling on how they can be aggressive against other SEA Wildcard teams, is primarily because of that. They're still like in the process of adjusting how they play that passive aggressive pushes. But 5 of Danger, one of our best teams out there, because they're currently in the number 2 spot next to West Point Mamba. It was pretty difficult in their Sanhok, but as what I've said earlier on, FOD is a team that can work on bigger maps.
Yeah, but if you kind of think about it, actually all the teams, they are in the same situation. They were playing a different point system before this, and all of a sudden they had to play the new point system in this wildcard match. But now looking at this circle, it's going to be a kind circle. No 50-50. It's definitely going to be in the middle of the map. Whether it ends inside of Ponjiki, that will be the next question. And I do favor if circles are played on the outside of compounds rather than inside of compounds, because if it ends up inside of Ponjiki, we can expect the game to be a little bit slower. But if it goes out, especially into the hills on the left side of Pochinki, then those teams that use that as the checkpoint, they will have a big advantage.
Yeah, those advantages are really important here in, of course, getting a lot of scores, getting a lot of frags. And looking at this, you can see Vipers just lurking around, taking from their dropping point around on the northern parts of Erangel. They usually don't go to Severny. They just go for those mini compound loots, finally collect those vehicles just to get inside the circle. But you can definitely see Yangon Galacticos being so stable when it comes to their positionings, when it comes to their rotations. And this might be the same once again if they are just going to be following how they executed also on the Erangel map yesterday. But before we head into that, looks like there's Caddy already. It's gonna be the Jess boys once again. Of course, Ranzer is gonna be eliminated. I think the real problem right now so far for Jess is that it's always Ranzer who gets killed easily, who always been taken down. Earlier in Sanhok, it also happened.
Yeah, for some reason, not too sure what happened in this time around. But hopefully he'll be able to find his footing, as we have at least 3 more matches to go. But maybe 2 more for him for today at least. But nevertheless, there's still a lot of opportunity to come back, as other teams, we don't know how consistent they'll be as well. So he just needs to keep his mental strength up. Looking over at these 2 teams, looks like Vipers know they have company, knows that there's someone else around this compound, decided to not go straight in. And no reason to as well. And if we consider that the current point system is very punishing, if you're eliminated early, no team wants to go out at this point.
Of course, there's no way already for these teams also to make big mistakes because it's already the third day. Yesterday, we casters were talking about maybe they just need a little bit of that adjustment. But in the third day already, they need to know how they will play this just to be able to be on the top three, or especially in the first place. But here it is. As what I've said, hopefully the circle won't go into Pochinki, but I jinx it. It's gonna go into Pochinki. It's gonna be hard because if it's gonna end on the actual town of Pochinki, these teams, they need to like roll over there already, and no chances of getting out in Pochinki. But if it's gonna be favor as to where SP is, that's gonna be the bigger question. Will these teams actually survive out in the open?
Well, looks like teams want to play inside of Pochinki, and we have Younger Galacticos and Axis just next to each other with KE overlooking them on the left, but one player from KE is currently down, needs to be picked up, but shouldn't be a problem as the circle is still big enough. Teams are not close enough yet, and one thing about inside of Pochinki is that you have a lot of buildings that you can snake around to go and save your teammate.
Oh yeah, this is just YG. They told themselves, okay, let's just go in to Pochinki itself. We have no other assurances that we'll be able to be to survive the other parts of the circle. But it looks like Romeo boy. This guys from Axis, they just want to rush over as to where YG is. Okay, they're quite prepared for this already. There's no way. It's like a baby laying out Romeo boy, leaving 3 from Yangon Galacticos left behind is in this Pochinki map, while the other teams are just securing this house takeovers, while the other parts of the circle, they're just rotating, like second guessing whether they need to go into Pochinki town or not.
Well, as they say, Romeo must die. So unfortunately he went out. And that's not good news, of course, for the team. But then again, okay, they have to be aware as well that there seems to be another team on the other side looking to come in anytime soon. So they got to cover their angles. They got to look outside as well as looking inside. And this is the tough part about defending a compound. You need to have multiple angles. It doesn't help that if you're down by one man, that means you're cut off by one angle. Axis seems to have them covered. They have 2 players on the outside and 2 players on the inside. But they are looking at trying to take out 2 teams.
Aside from struggling going up against 2 teams, what they can do also is that while this is happening to YG, like all of them are going one by one, Axis can just get some frags, go with those backstabs against K, but I think that won't happen. But for YG, I think this is really hard. The fact that they went into this edge of Pochinki town means that they're actually open from a lot of teams. You have SP giving them a pressure. We also have Axis together with the team KE. So this is just a big gamble that they need to take, but it seems like it didn't work for them. While Glab, they're also on their way inside Pochinki. A lot of teams are just gonna park in Pochinki because most probably they're expecting that the circle will end up in that town itself.
Ooh, okay. At this point, if teams want to go straight into the middle of Pochinki, it might be a little bit late because there are so many teams already inside of it. So the best that they might want to do is just to play from outside of Pochinki, trying to come in, try to find an opening. But hey! Hello, DBS and DBS from WT. Almost taking out one. But he didn't get it, did he?
Oh, can they really do that? Oh, YG! Oh my! I think I have the caster curse right now. I told people that they are good in Erangel, but they got the top 16. But looking at it, we are already in stage 4, and so far we only have one team being eliminated. That will give YG a disadvantage because KE together with OJS can take them over anytime now, especially if they'll be the ones getting that winner chicken dinner from the top 1 to 5. they can have that big advantage just because of one good game. But looks like the Vax will be able to take down already Mary, followed also by Migs from West Point Mamba. So there's already those long range knockouts from each of the teams all around Pachinki, all around the corners. But this is the most challenging part. How can you actually get a good stronghold knowing that these teams around you can just put off those grenades anytime at you or somehow spot you out in the bigger windows already on each building?
I think we have to share the casters because when you ask me like, oh, which team do I like? Well, I did mention YG is one of it, so we're going to share that 50-50. But now, look at the amount of teams inside of Pachinki, Ray. Obviously, there can only be one team at the church outside of Pachinki. But other than that, that's like, well, I'm starting to lose count. Maybe there's like at least 6 teams inside of Pachinki, and we still have a lot of teams on the outside, which is off screen at this moment. I wonder how they're going to go in, but before that, we're going to put focus on to these two teams. Going to be PB going up against another team, FOD. Let's go!
Oh, this is it. If we have like a big battle on the center stage of Pachinki, we also have the teams lurking around on the open areas, but at the same time, we're struggling because just one little pick in the open area, a lot of teams might be taking you down. And this is what PBE needs to put themselves right on the foot, because there's no way that they can get out of that unless they take down the FOD. But FOD also is struggling. We have West Point Mamba looking at them and looking at the circle. It might favor Vipers again together with Sin, and that's really hard. This is pretty harsh for all of the teams because it's out in the open. There's no way that you can just straight right in to where FV is going. So a lot of them will be coming on the southwest side of the map.
Oh, okay, this is going to be super challenging. We're getting a lot of challenging circles today. Can you imagine the teams inside of Pachinki? We have like at least 6 of them, and all of them have to move at pretty much the same time. It will be all-out warfare inside of that. But the fight on the outside is not over yet, as FOD and PBE will need to finish this fight because all of them are on the outside, and plus they are playing by the edge of the blue.
Oh, on the edge of blue, you're totally right. These teams, they needed to like, let's rush over to the edge of the circle, but looks like PBE, it's now or never for them. They want to go into the rush, try to take them one by one, and here it is, the PBE boys, they will be taking one. That's gonna be John finally confirming the kill, but Raimon needs to go for the kill first and let his team take over. And now, knowing that we only have the last guy left,
ooh, last man standing, 1v2. Can he pull off a clutch here? 1v3, in fact, 1v2. He managed to get one more to go. No, there's 3 more to go. But at the same time, the blue is putting pressure to all of them. He needs to finish this fast. If not, he'll be out. But now, it's going to be a nade toss on. It does connect, but it's going to be hard. It is hard. Valiant effort, but FOD becomes the second team in this round to go out. Number 15 for them, unfortunately. Sounds like they're falling from grace, but hopefully they can recover in the next round.
oh, that's pretty.
It's pretty tough for them, but looks like Burmese Ghost is out as well with 3 elimination points. Now we can see that West Point Mambas still on the outside of the circle, need to fight their way through. As we can see here, West Point Mamba, they have a compound, but I believe the compound is just on the outside of the circle, so that means that they'll be forced to move. PBE is out, number 13 with 4 elimination points. And in the middle of Pachinki, look at the number of teams. But I'm really liking the position of Flash Vision. They're in the position to actually gatekeep all these teams from inside Pachinki from coming out. This is a perfect scenario for them to actually collect elimination points. Let's see how it turns out, as the circle is still within Pachinki. Part of it is still within Pachinki. But West Point Mamba crashing in. As we can see here, one of them goes down to the last 2 men. Can they pull it off? Michi tries to find a good angle. The jump shot comes in, but where's one Mamba? No! From having two, they lost the fight, and looks like their opponent, TX, managed to recover all for their players and did not lose a single person. And now we're coming back to the circle. The circle completely moves outside Pachinki. And look at this. FVE, they are still within the circle. They can play the gatekeeping role at least to two teams. An advantage for them to collect those elimination points. FVE just need to play the patience games. There's 30 seconds on the clock before the circle closes. And the teams inside Pachinki will be forced to move out. And that's where they will need to face the wrath of Flash Vision.
Oh, Flash Vision. They are just built different as of now. But we are now trimming it down to 10 teams. A lot of this are quite missing a lot of their members already. But Flash Vision, they are grabbing each other as they are taking over those kills one by one. And that's the special part of this team. When they are just so aggressive, they are unstoppable. But SB also, a little bit of those struggles against right now as Glab just pushing them right through with those nades all over again. But aside from that, Sin once again taking a lot of frags while they are taking over KE. Looks like KE finally they are awake. They want to go into the circle itself. They want to be ahead against the other teams. But if you want to be so ahead, you gotta face also teams that is currently inside the circle, and their names are the Sin or the Sinners. I want to call these guys the Sinners because they've been eliminating a lot of teams one by one. And it seems like they are just cutting a lot of teams along the way.
Yeah, they have been sinning every round. Starting hard and fast, but they're not done yet though. As we can see here, only Anju managed to get one knockdown. But Flash Vision, as expected, they are ranking up those elimination points. Molly just got one for himself, but now putting focus onto Sin versus KE. Sin seems to be very well spread out, and they're playing within the circle. KE will be pressured by the blue as the circle is closing in. And now KE, they seem to be stuck. They need to deal with Sin, and it's not going to be easy. Look at the spread of Sin. They are covering multiple angles. And not only that, Flash Vision Esports can also shoot onto KE.
Okay. Eve, Sin finishing each other's up. The zone will be closing in 50 seconds. We only have 7 teams. A lot of still are incomplete, but KE, we all thought that they'll be incomplete all throughout, but there's the suffering given by Sin against them, while FV also is on the other side of Pachinki, trapping SK together with Axis down. But while Sinners is doing that, we only have one left, and here's Kaya. And while he's trying to revive this one, I think the problem right now is while the zone is closing in, they don't have any time to go and cover themselves with those smokes. But luckily enough, Top together with, of course, Kaya are still alive. Pov is out now. And together with FV, Sin, only 2 members remaining. The circle is just choking them all around the places. But the most important advantage right now, I think, is onto the side of FB. And we've been talking about this team earlier on for Flash Vision. They are just so confident about every kill that they want to take. And especially you have a good and experienced player such as Ranger, you already know that it's going to be possible for them to take that winner chicken dinner in this map.
Oh, Moxie just took out Marcos. So it's going to be 6 elimination points so far for Flash Vision Esports, doing fairly well in this round. But now they'll be facing up against formidable foes as we are now down to the top 16. Only 19 players left alive. Sin needs to get into the circle. Shouldn't be a problem for them. They seem to be having a good angle. TX, however, is kind of busy. Managed to eliminate Game Lab at number 6 with 7 elimination points.
A lot of this is just putting up KE and FV on the leaderboards later on when we are going to be seeing the final results. But you know, here in PUBG Mobile, it's a numbers game. DX is still alive, but KE is struggling. Look at that nade, knocking out 2 members, and finally it's the end of KE. This is a flash of vision, boys. They want to eliminate them all in one, and they actually did it, giving them another total of 4+4 in their scoreline as of now, and they are on the center of the map. But looks like I got it wrong. We still have the members of Scene taking down 2 members just because of those nades. They just have a lot of nades, and they're just using it to their max capabilities just to eliminate all of the teams all over. And we've been talking about FP, but seems like we jinx it again and again.
Well, looks like it's going to be the Casters Curse again and again, but then again, Sin is the one that took them out. So, not really a Casters Curse, that's just saying. But nevertheless, Sin now have 3 players, but they need to deal with TX. They still have a full squad. However, TX was on the other side, so that's the least of their worries. They need to deal with SKAG first, but SKAG seems to be struggling with only 1 active player left. 1 more needs to be picked up, and Sin might dominate this area. But they need to be prepared for their next opponent that has a full squad. However, Sin seems to be fairly comfortable in the circle.
Yes, I think this is really like apart from being uncomfortable for Flash Vision earlier, there's just a lot of teams surrounding them, but they don't have much of a choice. They know that it's now or never. They put themselves right in front of other teams. It's just gonna be like a 50-50. They lose, they lose. They win, they win. But the most important thing that they did earlier is just take a lot of kills. But Sin, they are still alive. And if you take a look at it, they also have the play zone. They also have the utilities, because they'll be able to get the loots coming in from Flash Vision, leaving them at an advantage. But we gotta consider that the guys from DX is still complete. They still have some vehicles, and if they're quite aware where they gonna be taking out exit, maybe it's also a big advantage. But it's also a disadvantage if they won't be able to spot on as to where that last one guy from SKEQ, because you just don't know sometimes that for SKR equal that there's just someone behind those haystacks that might be lurking around, and just one single mistake, the guys of DX might be outnumbered.
Yeah, it could be the Kingmaker. So Exit may be an important player in this storyline. Who will get this chicken dinner? Will it be Sin? Will it be TX? Or will it be Exit? Giving us a surprise comeback. They were almost down and out until this moment. We still have Exit. And if only Sin knew there was one more, they would probably try to take him out. But looks like they don't, and now they have to deal with it. But let's see if that will be their demise. But anyway, now the circle is going to close up completely. All the teams need to move. But look at the position of Exit. He has a little bit of gap right in front of him. That may expose him to Sin.
A lot of questions is in store onto the side of DX and Sin, because if you can really see right now for SKR, I think it's just playing it out safe. But he's been spotted already by Eren. There's just already trying to pre-fire him all over. But then Sin makes a move. They want to knock out one by one without giving information. The haystacks is just giving them good cover, while that rotation, that big gamble coming in from Eren, but that won't be possible, but because he's gonna be knocked out. And last 2 remaining members already from DX, as the guys of Sin is just on a spree, collecting those kills one by one, leaving only one behind, and that is Sonic, as they are gonna be rushing over as to where he is. He is already trapped. These guys are already smelling his fit. And speaking of, there's just Scene. If Sanhok wasn't for them, they made sure that they'll be able to grasp the first Erangel map out of the 4 maps that they'll be playing. And congratulations! Out of all those games that they've been trying, they finally got their winner chicken dinner. And looks like it's a great night for the PH teams. They had the Sanhok earlier, and now it's another PH team taking over this Erangel map.
Well, looks like the main team is playing on the main stage and getting themselves this chicken dinner. Congratulations to Sin! Actually getting this chicken dinner. It is the first chicken dinner of the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcards. Amazing gameplay indeed. Today, frankly speaking, even though they didn't get their chicken dinner inside of Sanhok, but I do feel that Sin is stepping up their game today. And Moy is the man of the hour with 7 elimination points.
God, total of 7. It's one of the rare things already. You know, usually when you get 2 or 3 kills, it's like, okay, he's good. But when you get like a 7 and up already, considering that we have a different point system right now, this is pretty big. And he's been so consistent. I've been watching this guy since yesterday, and I think this is the day where he's actually just on fire. No moment to be afraid of. But our teams to watch right now is Sin, with a total of a lot of like kills all throughout, followed by SKR, Flash Vision, together with DX. But aside from that, we've seen also this dropping point. I think earlier on, these teams were just so considerate of their positions first before they can actually get those frags. They didn't want to really have those early engagement because yesterday, I think the Erangel map just finished too quickly because of how teams are just so excited to get the kills. But right now, this is big of a challenge. But you always end up on compounds or on the actual towns of here in Erangel. It gives you like a moment of where you need to like make a quick decision. Where are you gonna be trapped? Where is the next succeeding point? But all in all, I think I'm so happy to see that scene is like this. They went through a lot of teams along the way, and that was a 4v3. They are at a man disadvantage, and yet they are the team so far that will be getting a total of 26 total points. The highest one so far in all of our games in the SEA Wildcard.
Wow, that is 14 points difference with the number 2 team. Look at it, and even the number 3 in fact. But interesting to see that Sin today is pretty much their day, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner in Sanhok, but they are fairly consistent, and if they can continue this on, well, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like top 3 by the end of the day. Looking at some of the teams they're starting to drop, like FOD, they were number 1 yesterday. It's not, but today, 2 rounds and it didn't really work out for them, and they're slowly to drop. The number 1 crown is no longer them, but it is still West Point Mambas.
Yeah, West Point Mamba has just been consistent. But earlier, I didn't see them pop off. They were just camping around the blue compound in the northern side of Pochinki. But it didn't work for them because they were just, of course, Sin together with FE giving them like a disadvantage together with KE. But then, as what I've said, one game will be giving you a lot of momentum, and Sin actually did it at plus 26. They were like, where? At 11, if I remember correctly, or 10, and now they're currently in our top 5. It's just a big change out of them. But for Glub, but Falcon, ABG, Vipers, they're still remain stagnant. But you know, for Anchor, PUBG M, this is quite a shock for me. I want them to really stand out because in the Cambodian scene, they are just some active team that has been winning a lot. And considering that they won a winner chicken dinner on the previous days that we had here, it seems like they are just struggling all over. And this is so what happens when you get a lot of new re-rosters again and again, and they are currently lost rather on what they want to do. This is the effect of it, and hopefully on the next map itself, APG will be like doing what we are like expected when it comes to your outcome. But all in all, I think this Erangel map was just so crazy. There's just a lot of team fights.
Yeah, it's a lot. I think today teams are just pumped up as compared to the previous days. And I do agree with APG as well. They are a staple name within the Southeast Asia scene, so I do hope that they'll be able to pick themselves back up and do well in the next round. But here's a recap in case you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen. So we have Vipers and Synth. But before that, we are going to head in onto a break soon. See you guys.
Wake up. Wake up. You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Professional League Wildcard. Yeah, there's a Wildcard edition together with me, Sir Cloud, as well as Ray Ray. So, Ray Ray, how are you feeling about next round?
Oh, I guess I am just gonna be expecting the unexpected because that's what exactly happened on our previous two maps. And here in our second Erangel, I think it might be different once again because these teams, all of them are like explosive already. Because on the first few days, you can really see those struggles, the adjustments. But I'm finally seeing how comfortable they are in going up against each other on the third day itself. So there might be a little bit of that progress. We can already see that manifesting. But how about you, Sir Cloud? What are just the surprises for you here in our PUBG Mobile SEA Wildcard?
Well, overall, I'm liking to see the bottom teams actually stepping it up. So it's going to be exciting as we go through the games today. But before that, we'd like to introduce again to all of you that the new Power 4 series, Neon Assassin's Power, is available now. So don't forget to get them. Do check out inside the game, log into the game, and you will see them. If you haven't seen them, well, where have you been? Maybe you haven't been logging in, but this is a good reason for you to check in onto the game for these new skins.
Yes, imagine you have that Silver Guru set. You have a lot of new in-game items here in PUBG Mobile. So guys, make sure to check it out. It's available now on PUBG Mobile. You can really get that M416 also, the Silver Guru. I love that M416 Guru, but of course this is what everyone loves. Even I have a mouse for the color yellow one for Bruce Lee, but here in PUBG Mobile they also have it. Have faith in yourself. The internationally beloved martial arts master Bruce Lee joins PUBG Mobile in version 2.4's Martial Showdown for a limited time only. The collaboration will introduce a unique collection of in-game outfits and other items available from January 10th, so don't miss them.
Yeah, and don't miss out on following the social medias of PUBG Mobile as well. We have the fan page. If you are from Myanmar, that's the fan page. And then there's PUBG Mobile Myanmar, which is on TikTok. And PUBG Mobile Esports Cambodia. There's PUBG Mobile Philippines Esports. And the fan page of PUBG Mobile Philippines. There's also YouTube of PUBG Mobile Philippines and the TikTok of PUBG Mobile Philippines. And PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube. And PUBG Mobile Malaysia YouTube. And we also have TikTok, PUBGmobile.esports.sg, as well as fan page PUBG Mobile My. I mean, they're all around, so I'm pretty sure you won't miss them.
Yes, guys. So keep on following us for more, aside from the esports updates, more in-game updates, of course, and check out those KOL contents also in our pages here in PUBG Mobile. And I've been looking at those memes, especially in PUBG Mobile Philippines Esports. It's been funny. I love how interactive PUBG Mobile community is when it comes to their pages, guys. And in TikTok also, they have a lot of good highlights. So make sure to follow us there. And to our YouTube viewers, so make sure to subscribe also. Now, in our Erangel performers, we are seeing them. We have Yangon Galacticos, SKR, KE together with Glab. These teams are just getting those good points all over in Erangel. We've been seeing consistency, but so far I think KE is the only team here who popped off earlier together with SKR in our Erangel. But YG, they were good on the previous Erangel maps, especially yesterday. That's why they are one of the teams that you should look out for. They are the current top 1. But in our Erangel first Erangel map earlier, I think they had the top 16. It wasn't workable for them. It was too early for them to be in the actual Pachinki town. But so far, Vipers got the first chicken dinner, followed by Sin. Who's gonna be the third one getting the Erangel? Will it be on the same PH region or will it be a different region this time?
Yeah, who will it be? But Yeah, it's going to be interesting. A, C, D, and E will be the ones playing in the next round. So that means Group B will be taking a break. But anyway, who do you think is going to be our predictions? Ray Ray. We're going to pop it up right now. So here it is, Ray Ray. Wow, picking powerhouses.
I mean, I'm seeing potential for KE and Sin together with West Point Mama. They've been like part of the top 6, top 7 in the latter parts of the Erangel map. But I'm actually happy that I'm seeing APG together with Enigma on your side, because Enigma, they are a team that's been struggling a lot of times. But hopefully here in our second Erangel, they'll be finally get that comfortability together with Anchor. The big teams are in Sir Cloud's side, and we have a lot of like surprises that they made on their previous tournaments, and this time in PMPL they gotta keep up with that.
Well, yeah, we did talk about APG, right? So I do hope that they're able to make that comeback. So we'll see if they are able to do it. They are a staple name within the Southeast Asia scene. So yeah, I mean, they have to kick it up. Right now we are already in the middle of the week, and in fact this is like the middle game. So if they don't do it, they might fall even further. But we have seen comeback names, right? Like we did see Sin really coming in back and stepping it up. So it's not impossible for any of these teams.
Of course, but here it is. We're gonna go into Erangel. Once we see it again, who's gonna be the consistent team, or who's gonna get who on that winner chicken dinner? So let's go into this map, guys.
Alright, Erangel, we are back in the classic map. This is match number 3 for day number 3 of week 1. So, of course, a switch up a group. There will be a group that will be staying out of this round, and it's going to be Group B. So Group B is staying back, whereas we will be seeing Group C coming back into the fray. So Group C consists of Enigma, H2O All-Stars, Genesis Esports, as well as APG Esports.
This is really a big of a struggle so far for the other teams that will be going to Quarry, going to Hospital, but I think they would just need to get those vehicles working. This is a flight path yesterday that surrounded around Sosnovka Island, but the very next thing that we gotta see here is how will Galab finally get that winner chicken dinner. We've seen them earlier on with those team fights, but it didn't work for them. But as for FB, will they finally redeem themselves? Because earlier they've just been so getting a lot of frags and good positions also coming from them, but the circle is quite unforgiving. This might end up on it to the side of Milta, favoring Playbook Esports to get rid Anchor PUBG M. So Anchor PUBG M, this is your time to shine, especially you're on that center stage, but QB will be knocked over by Raul, finishing him out. He just got the vehicle. It's too unfortunate for him.
I mean, that's the thing about if the flight path is kind of skewed towards one side. It's not really skewed towards one side, but it's not that balanced as well. So things like that tend to happen, and yeah, it's just part of the game, right? So unfortunately, that had to happen for Enigma. I know Caster's Curse, everyone must be thinking about that. But good for Flash Vision Esports. I mean, they've been on the roll, and they're starting off this round really well with that 1 point.
Oh yeah, like that's already big, but Enigma? Oh, that's too unfortunate that their captain QB has already been eliminated. But as for the other teams, they're just quite disciplined, quite quiet. But the circle itself, it's around Milta, and I think that's quite of a struggle, especially on those teams residing around Sosnovka Island. We can really definitely see how they want to go into those bridge camps. But you can see right now, Sin, this is a power of those teams who are residing in this Naya. You get a lot of loots around the area. The area is so big. Also, you don't have any teams who's gonna go up with you. But as for YG, look at this. They don't have any vehicles left for them, so they have no chance. But they go into. But we have an early fight between Falcon together with GE.
Oh, GE starting out this hard as well. So now Falcon struggling in this round with only 3 players, but can they make a comeback? This will be the question. Of course, 3v4 is not impossible for them to pull off a clutch here. But GE have been surrounded. They have 2 players on the high ground. They have 2 players on ground. So disadvantage, of course, to Falcon. And one of the players, Master, is starting to move in.
Oh, this is so good to see. Just some early fights, but Falcon, yesterday they were pretty good, but right now, I'm really seeing them kind of like struggling whenever they are quite uncomfortable in early situations. Because yesterday they were good, but it's on the latter parts of the game. So the next question is how they can actually improve themselves if there's an early fight, and this is the defining factor that they need to show to us. Because right now you don't have Chanlone anymore. We still have 3 members, but at least Andrew is still alive. Is the fragging member of this team. He knows how to get those kills working, but it's GE's time, I guess, to just finally move in and take them down. There's also West going in for the kills somehow in window side. If there's just some members of Falcon going outside, and that's it. But Ichi wants to take them out, but Goblin, it's gonna be the first victim once again. Who's gonna be the next one? And as they try to do that, Falcon, they are struggling all throughout in this fight.
Oh, they have nowhere to go. They're pinned down on the 2nd floor as GE resets themselves. West just buying time for his teammates. Just those pre-fire shots, warning shots onto their opponent, and they definitely want this compound. But they're not done yet though. They still have 2 from Falcon that they need to deal with. But now the situation turned from 3v4 to a 2v4 situation. And the 2 players of Falcon left have nowhere to go. And they're starting to come up. The spray's coming in. The DBS in hand. But the DBS will not be able to save them. But managed to get 1. But there's more for them to deal with. Andrew might be the one to save them. But they're not out of it just yet.
Yep, but they are not finished yet. But these guys from G, they just keep on resetting. But are there enough heals for the last 2 members of Falcon? Because there's the nade. West is now cooking it. The Falcon boys are just like, we need to get out. We need to be safe as much as possible. But while that is happening, the guys of G is just very patient. We don't need to just rush it over. We are 4-man. We can just trap Falcon all throughout, buy times for ourselves. Let Smile do his work while the Falcon guys are just struggling. They are outnumbered. There's just 4 dogs sniffing around them, and that's really hard to get out of.
Yeah, the only thing stopping GE from going straight up to the 2nd floor is the DBS. If they didn't hear that DBS, or if their opponent doesn't have DBS, they would just rush up. But because of the DBS, we know the devastation power that DBS can bring. That one weapon could take out 3 back-to-back easily. So that's why they're holding their fort right now at the ground floor. But now we move to APG. But before that, action's continuing between these 2 teams. But swapping back to APG, seems to be struggling. 2 of their players currently down. 3 in fact.
Oh, APG, we all thought it might be favoring them, but H2O, they are here to finally save them. But hey, Nadu is finally saving them. Is this a big clutch coming from him? He still gets it once again, living only a 1v1. Who's gonna be it? Will he survive? Because there's the answer. SFK, much better.
Wait, what? There's another team actually coming in as third party. So it's gonna be Burmese goals. Burmese goals won some of those points. And now they're starting off with the nade for the ground floor onto the 2nd floor, but the nade will not connect. At the same time, we can see that Kid actually got a grenade elimination. But that was before. Now Burmese goals will be the thorn for H2O. H2O, nowhere to go. Now they're currently surrounded by Burmese goals. Their only way is going to be up. That's going to be the top floor. but they're pinned down by their opponent.
Oh, well, there.
Ah.
It's just a third parties to third parties after all. While H2 is quite happy with the result on what they did there. BG, they don't have remorse for that, and I'm happy to see that BG is like this. They're like struggling at the 15th place, so they need to really get a lot of kills, start it good, because we only have a few days remaining. I mean, we still have on the next week, right? But at least this can be a game changer for them to actually take those kills, to actually somehow climb up the leaderboards, because they are so far the ones that became the champions on their previous PMNC. But then we're gonna move over to Yangon Galacticos. They're still outside the play zone. They went for a late one, so this might be icky for them, since they are still far from the circle. There's just teams that might be taking them out along the way. But as for the X, they're just sitting pretty chill. But this might be a Milta war for all of the teams.
Oh yeah, I expect this round to go fast as well, considering that this circle is tucked at the edge, so that will force a lot of teams to move, meaning that when they move, there's a tendency for them to meet up with other teams, so there's a risk there. But that's also good for us as viewers, of course. That means we can expect a lot of action. I mean, the 2 rounds that we've seen today has been a lot of action, and it's been fast. But speaking about action, Axis loses Amir to Monboy.
Ooh, there's just some movement around them, but PBE spots them. And Monboy, he wants to trap Amir, and there's no way that he can get out of that anymore. Finally finishing him out. And also, FOD spots out Axis, and oh, it's just heartbreaking to see it like this. And now we're just still in the stage 2. Sir Cloud, yet we only have 13 teams remaining.
Ooh. Wait, what? Sin! Oh, they managed to survive. Good thing. Young Galacticos almost got another one, but unfortunately for Sin, they're tanking out the blue together with Young Galacticos. The rest of Young Galacticos still in the same area. And now Sin seems to be struggling. 2 other players currently down. Young Galacticos pinning them back. And we're going towards the 3rd phase of the circle, and definitely the damage will go up. That is the risk that these 2 teams are taking, rotating late into the circle.
Oh, they are just rotating, and they're just getting those exact positionings that they need to get the 10 cute Loki. He wants to finish Sin all over, and I think that's just it. Even if they were able to take that winner chicken dinner earlier, that's just a big 180 rotate. But on what happened to Scene, and look at them, they are now getting that 13th place. That's really quite sad. They got the best momentum in Erangel, and yet if the zone is really not favoring you, if you have just a lot of teams cutting you out, that will be really a big struggle for Sin. And now we are now down to 12. Looks like the teams that has been really consistent earlier in the Erangel map is now getting those 2 soons, and it's now on the lower part of our top 16. But that's okay. At least it gives other teams a chance to actually up their points as of now.
Ray, we're still fairly early into the game, and we already got like, 4 teams eliminated? What's happening today? Everyone's just going trigger happy. And now an update onto the circle. Again, as expected, it's going to be tucked onto the right, as what Ray expected as well. It's going to be towards Milta. So, because again, it's at the corner, that means all these teams will need to travel, and this might mean that we might see more fights happening. Enigma now meeting up against KE. KE starting to stop Enigma, but the good news is that both these teams are currently in the circle. Enigma taking that high ground, a little bit more strategic position for them. So I would prefer that kind of location. Looking good for me.
Looking good. I'm happy that this is how the other teams wants to do before to actually just eliminate a lot of teams. But speaking of, you're perfectly right. Trigger happy. They just want to get all those kills. They want to be all out in Erangel. Hey, we still have the last 2 Miramar maps. Guys, please chill. But what is chill? when you have the chance to take those kills and to up your total points. And it's not bad for BG. They're already having a total of 3 kills, but if it's too much, if you're really aggressive too much, it might leave you hanging, right? But on the other side of our whole Erangel map, we have Hive Vision, we have YG, we also have Axis. 2 members of Axis are already down, and we only have 2 members remaining. That's really quite of a struggle for them, and YG is really leaning towards taking them out in this certain compounds, because this is a good position to actually take down teams, and if they don't cut them out, they will be the ones being cut off by them.
Yeah, speaking about YG, they are actually caught in between 2 teams. They have GE to deal with behind, they have Axis to deal with in front of them, and so the players still on the outside of the circle, so that's not good news. As you can see on the minimap, the zone is starting to close in. GE tries to find where Loki is at, but Romeo is in trouble. Loki been naded down. Beautiful nade from the master himself.
Oh, good nades, but then YG, there's also G around your area. It's really hard. And Romeo, boy, if I were you, I'll get out. That there's just a lot of squads along the way, and that won't pay you back. 2 members out, but at least they'll be able to get a total of 5. That's big for YG, somehow tying up West Point Mamba in a way together with FOD. And that's the thing about the teams that are that are focusing on the kills itself, because they know that even if 1 or 2 will be pinched off on the latter parts of the game, they still got a lot of kills. They compensate for that. But Flash Vision, there's just some good kills, leaving only 1 behind from, or rather 2 behind from GE, but they can still reset, they can still go in. But looks like Ichi already told them, you guys need to bail out. There's just a lot of squads here, and if we won't make it through, this might also be a double-edged sword for us.
Oh, and the circle seems to shift downhill. Axis is not moving yet. Axis is kind of busy with GE, but they have an exit route though, but they have to be careful. Behind them, another team is waiting, and that's going to be Flash Vision Esports, a team that seems to like to play the gatekeeping role. Earlier in the previous Erangel map, they did exactly the same, just on the outside of Pachinki. But now they're going to do this to Axis. Let's see which route will Axis choose. At the same time, we can see that TX gets an elimination point for themselves. But speaking about Burmese goals, they are out at number 12 with 3 elimination points.
What is up with them right now? We only have 11 teams. We are still on stage 4. Imagine. This is too far already. I mean, we're kind of expecting that based on what they played on the previous Erangel, they're really passive. They focus on getting good positionings first on those good compounds, good buildings that they can surround themselves with. But here in the next Erangel, they were just like, we're gonna go all out. We need to get those skills as much as possible. We don't want to play discipline. We want to play aggressive. And that's fine. But, sometimes it's too much. And that's what exactly happened to a lot of teams like H2O earlier on, together with APG. Too much excitement will always lead to bad things. And right now, look at this. There are at least 5 squads that might eliminate each other anytime. And speaking of spooky, right from the far east, they will be able to take down 1 member from YG, but at least they still have cover. But I think YG has no escape anymore in this scenario.
Yeah, but gotta give it to YG though. After all that action, they still managed to survive so far, and still managed to have 2 players still active within the circle. Now, because they're playing by the edge of the circle, it's very likely that the circle will move away from them, so they need to have their second plan very, very soon. And we'll know in about 20 more seconds where will the circle go, but I have a gut feeling that it will definitely not be on top of YG. Looking at the circle trends, it will move away from them, likely to move again downhill.
That might really the downside also at the same time, but as at that expense, at least, even if you get too soon, even if you're being targeted early on, the 5 kills is still worth it, right? But hey, for 5 of that, together with the playbook Esports, they are part of the circle. This might be also a big challenge for them to just remain consistent. But KE finally finished down G, who has been a big problem for a lot of teams while staying on that compound site. And YG right now, they'll be able to loot, but the next thing that they need to go up against with is going to be flash vision, and that's what I'm talking about. Flash vision, earlier we've seen them go getting a lot of kills, but unfortunately they were just stuck between a lot of teams out in the open. But this time I think they want to, of course, get this into a perfect picture against other teams. But Enigma being taken on by Chewy. Chewy, one of, like, I've been seeing him getting that mini 14 really accurate, especially also in Miramar yesterday. He's been getting a lot of steal kills using that DMR. But while that is happening, Game Lab together with DX are just getting some vital positions that they can use for the next one.
Unfortunately,
Saw him.
didn't survive that, unfortunately. So they're out at number 9 with 7 elimination points. That is the end of Young Galacticos and this round. And now KE having a good compound, playing by the edge of the circle, able to stop teams from coming down if they choose to just go straight up, and that's going to be Flash Vision. But Flash Vision taking the preemptive strike, getting a knockdown onto the top, and that could be an opening for Flash Vision to move into the circle.
Flash Vision, is this a time that they need to get to moving? But if they just have those little mistakes, KE might be able to spot them. But after all of that, DX is just pinned off by Glab together with West Point Mamba. Sonic is out already, and I think they wanted to like park around here and play it out with West Point Mamba, but they didn't expect that there's also a team looking at them right from afar, and that's Glab earlier on. And Monboy takes down one again in Flash Vision, leaving only one member behind, and this is a big struggle for them. But at least they were able to get 3 kills, but that is also giving advantage to the teams like TX together with KE for the kills itself, together with the Enigma. But while that is happening, look at the rotation from Glab. They want to take FOD out.
Oh, G-Lab caught out in the open. Unfortunately, they'll lose 2 players towards KE. Just like that, just when they were wanting to get into the circle, they lost 2. Oh no, that is just bad news for them. But KE, however, as we talked about before this, they are in a position that they'll be able to gatekeep other teams because they're in the circle. They have a compound just right on the edge of it, and that is where they will start to collect elimination points. But now, looks like the circle still favors KE.
Yeah, he's quite lucky. Every time they're on the latter parts of the circle, they always have that compound, and then they will just wait, and then they will just get out of that area if the circle won't favor them. But if that hardship favors West Point Mamba, they can get that winner chicken dinner. But all throughout, I think Game Lab also has their own advantage. The only problem is they only have one man left. But Demigod does his work, taking out one with that mini 14. But at the same time, there's the banters against the guys of FV together with Enigma, and still hasn't confirmed Ranger yet, and together with Chewy. So we can really see that across all the 8 remaining teams, there's still a lot of struggle because all of them are quite out in the open. And speaking of, it's already time for Enigma to say goodbye in this map, trimming it down to last 6 teams.
Wow, Ranger managed to get 2 elimination points, eliminating Enigma. But at the same time, we can see that DX being eliminated as well with 4 elimination points. We're now down to the 6 teams. But at the same time, there are a couple of teams still on the outside of the circle. Flash Vision, one of them. But let's not forget, there are some teams on the right side of the map. The last we saw them, they were out in the open, still on the outside of the circle. We may expect to see some warfare happening on the right side. but a lot of teams holding their ground in the circle. As we can see, a couple of teams have a compound or are in a position that they will be unchallenged for now.
Unchallenged, like really unbothered kings are here. They have no and nothing to worry about, rather, while for West Point Mamba, they're just saying their prayers that hopefully it might shift around them. Kind of impossible, but not but still has a great chance to make into that. But these teams are just like, waiting for the zone to close, finally get those adjustments. But will that be worth it? Because I think if you're too slow on your positions right now, that might be the end of it. Or maybe if you're too fast, and that's what exactly happened with PBE. But I'm glad that they have Demigod just watching over his teammates while they do that rotation, and finally gets a good knockout.
Ooh, look at this. Okay, some of the teams are already into the circle, but I believe there's still one player on the outside, and that's just next to West Point Mamba. West Point Mamba in a good, secure position for now. They have a compound of their own. But looking on the outside, they know the position of a couple of these other teams. They're just waiting for the right moment. Now that all the teams are in the circle, we might be waiting for the next circle before anything else happens, or any big moves happens at least. But there are some teams having the high ground advantage. They do have a vantage point. They can see movements from other teams from the top of this hill, especially for Flash Vision Esports. But Flash Vision Esports praying that the circle still favors them, because if they are forced to go down, it'll be tough, and looks like they will need to go down.
Aside from needing to go down, they're out in the open. Is it going to be a safe space for them? There's a lot of doubt. But KE, they have vehicles, but they need to watch out for newbie just in case they might be getting on. But speaking off at the top, wants to finish him out, eliminating newbie, trimming it down to last 5 teams that we have. And at least for Game Lab, they'll be able to get some great frags. But we still have 5 teams remaining. KE together with 5 of Danger are still complete, and that's what West Point Mamba together with Playbook Esports needs to consider. But in all aspects, the zone still is gonna be favoring West Point Mamba together with KE, but they need to watch out for each other, because who's gonna get who will be taking over this good positioning that they have. And while they are hiding, WPM or West Point Mamba is surely taking over those kills one by one. But Grandkid, there's no way for him to get out. There's also the bomb coming in from FOD, and we only have Demigod together with Raimon to still stay alive.
Ooh, FOD, they're in a perfect position. Look at this, still with the compound, and they can stop Flash Vision from coming onto the other side. Flash Vision forced to move thanks to the blue, but at the same time they need to cross the road, and that's going to be a nightmare for the team. But now we're down to the top 4 teams. 5 elimination points for FOD. FOD can rank in more points because Flash Vision is not over the line just yet.
Flash Vision, they are still kicking in with 1 man left. But the 5 of Death, they are on their way. Also together with KE to eliminate West Point Mamba. They want to take this over with a lot of frag grenade along the way as they want to trap them. Looks like Migs is taking over. He's watching for the flank, leaving only 1 behind. Gotta check all over the whole space, the whole area, and yet KE didn't do that, and West Point Mamba still get that advantage against them just because of Migs watching over them.
Oh, this is the moment. Look at this. We're going to get the top 2 teams actually going up against each other. Who will claim that number 1 spot after this round? FOD, however, they're still with the compound. They're still with the full squad going up against West Point Mamba with 3 players. In 3v4, we're talking about the next circle. Still favor both of them. Both of these teams don't really need to move. But West Point Mamba, because they're out in the open, they need to plan.
They need to plan. they need to be snappy. They both are in the safe zone. But the next question is, knowing that West Point Mamba is currently undermanned, how can they eliminate FOD, who's currently in a compound, who has security when it comes to the vehicles that they can take as a cover, who has that certain household that they can watch over West Point Mamba. This is a struggle, but this is also a big chance of West Point Mamba to actually redeem themselves.
Ooh, West Point Mamba, look at this. They have to be careful. FOD, they're coming out of the compound. They want to make that active, preemptive strike against West Point Mamba. They know that they have the numbers at this point. Now they're trying to get information on exactly where West Point Mamba is at. They're spread out 2-1 at this moment, with Mig currently playing the support role at the back. But they need to buy time for themselves. 5 more seconds on the clock, and then we'll know the next circle. How will it be? But hang on a second. This next circle does not exist. It will close completely because it's the final circle. That also means that which team is playing closest by the blue will receive its wrath earliest.
Still, they're just bantering against each other. The zone still keeps them both intact, but someone from FOD needs to step up, brother, because if they get one kill from West Point Mamba, it's gonna be a miracle already. That can be a big chance. But West Point, they still have that reach to take on some covers. Rather, while FOD, they're being pushed out already in the open. They need to use those vehicles. They also have that certain tree. They also have that tower that they can hide from. But the West Point Mamba is also just giving them so much hardship so that they can enter the wall of defense that West Point Mamba has.
Ooh, West Point Mamba 3v4. The odds doesn't favor them. At the same time, we can see the FOD split up 2-2. They cover multiple angles at this point. How is West Point Mamba going to get out of this? They are pushing West Point Mamba back. West Point Mamba, early on, they had an opening 1-2. But now, because they've been pinned down by their opponent, they're being pushed back, they're being forced back. And that also means that the blue will put pressure onto them. West Point Mamba is closing in. West Point Mamba opens up with a nade.
This is a good chance. One is knocked out. FOD is currently delayed, but at the same time, they also have answers with those grenades. That might be popping them off one by one, and they need to wait for it. But they have 1 minute to make a make or break decision. As looking at this, Migs is just healing himself, but Michi gets the opening. Struggles out one. All of the members of FOD is going one by one, leaving to Michi together with Amos, but Amos is out. And look at that. I think this might be it for West Point Mamba. Kurtz takes them out. And this is gonna be a win from the guys of 5 of Death. At last, this guys ended it really good yesterday on Miramar, and still getting again their second winner chicken dinner on our third day here in Erangel instead.
Very, very dangerous. 5 of danger, netting this chicken dinner. It could be possible that they could be back on top after this, but we'll need to tabulate the scores first. But then again, 5 of danger. It was their round to lose, to be honest. They had it all on their side. They had the numbers, they had the opening, they managed to pin back West Point Mamba. There was little that they can do unless if they could get multiple knocks, but that wasn't the case. Only 1 knock wasn't good enough. 5 of danger is here to stay. John is the man of the moment.
Sean with a total of 4. I think he's really getting those knockouts real good with the 542 damage. He did that with the first guy from West Point Mamba, and finally succeeding with the help of his teammates. But we've seen him really good on their own local scene, where he's just really one of the best fraggers out in their own region. But our teams to watch right now is 5 of danger, West Point Mamba, KE together with Flash Vision, taking on those eliminations. Surviving also is really good. And even if they are quite far from the center circle, at least you can see how it worked for them based on how they rotate and based on which team they need to go all out against.
It was a beautiful play indeed by them. But this is also a very action-packed round, I must say. We started off with Falcon trying to win that compound fight, but then the numbers weren't favoring them. That's number one. Yes, they did have the DBS, a very good weapon when it comes to close quarters combat, but the numbers were just too great against them. Burmese goals as well. They stepped up their game in this round, played the third-party role, but that was pretty much their main highlight. Other than that, it was a struggle for them.
Yeah, I mean, at least for also on the other side for YG, at least they have 5 kills. That's pretty important. But here, it was really intense. A lot of teams, they want to get this certain compound that FOD has that they are just protecting. But the FOD still, they were standing tall and great. The West Point Mamba on the other side, they have the chance. But I think if they are complete, if they're not outnumbered by FOD, it could have been different. And if they only have those smokes, those utilities. But right now, our match rankings, there's FOD getting a total of 20 points, followed by WPM. Usually, based on what I can observe on SEA Wildcard, is that the top one is really far from the top 2 or from the rest of the teams. It's really different. When you get the chicken dinner, it means that you also got a lot of kills. And this is a big difference so far from what I've been observing for the teams. And you can only see the same names of the teams that are consistent and getting the chicken dinners at the same time. Hopefully, we'll see more out of those names. But just because of those week 1, FOD right now is the first team that will be getting the 3-digit points, a total of 100, followed by West Point Mamba at 95, followed by K at 90, still consistent, and Yangon Galacticus is at 82, and FD is at 78. The rest are just pretty near with each other, but I really do think that this is a great start already for 5 of Danger. But on the other side, our 11 to 20, we can still see Glab keeping up together with Falcon. But even if APG, Falcon, and Vipers, so they were able to get that winner chicken dinner, it wasn't successful already to them on the previous 2 maps.
Yeah, it's all about consistency, right? You can get that one chicken dinner. And let's not forget as well, the new point system, chicken dinners have lesser points, so only 10 points. So that is the thing about getting chicken dinners this time around. Like, it's not only about the chicken dinners, it's you have to be even more consistent than previous seasons or previous points system. So it's going to be more challenging for these teams to keep up to the level of consistency that they should.
Yep, we have a lot of expectations and they really need to adjust on the current one, because this is just the first few stages that they need to step in going into the bigger league. But right now, we are done with the 2 Erangel maps. We are finally on the latter parts of today's set of matches, and we are now here in Miramar. The teams that we should look out for is West Point Mamba, 5 of Danger, OJess, together with Sin.
Interestingly, again, it's going to be West Point Mamba and 5 of Danger, our top 2 teams, not only from the previous round, but for the overall charts as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who can keep up with each other. And not to forget as well, 5 of Danger, they're the first team to break the 3-digit mark in terms of points collected. So let's see if they can collect more points in this round and keep their throne. If not, it will be taken over by West Point Mamba or another team. But anyway, match number 4, we're going to switch it up a little bit. It's going to be Miramar, A, B, C, and D. It's going to be the group that will be playing in the next round. Group E is going to take a step back. That also means 5 of Danger is actually taking a chill pill. But they happen to be the same group as West Point Mamba. So I guess no competition for the both of them in the next round.
Yeah, there's also Sin, right? They are also a good team. So guys, make sure to follow us. We have a lot of language broadcasts here for SEA Wildcard. We have for Myanmar in PUBG Mobile Myanmar. We also have for Cambodia, PUBG Mobile Esports Cambodia. And of course, we have the Filipino broadcast in PUBG Mobile Philippines Esports, and right now here in the English broadcast under PUBG Mobile Esports. Make sure to follow us on our TikTok channels. We have PUBG Mobile Myanmar, PUBG Mobile Philippines for more esports and in-game updates. We are starting in Miramar already. I'm so excited because if Erangel was a little bit of that surprise, I think here in Miramar, it's the X factor that teams has. It's a big map, a lot of capabilities, more regions that they can play with. So it's gonna give him more equal chances, I guess, to go up against each other.
Yeah, it is. Miramar is such a big map. I always say that map knowledge in Miramar is probably, arguably, the most tested because you have more hills to play with, more terrains that to work out on, and it's such a big map, so many open areas. So you need to know like which angles are safe, which angles are not. So there's a lot more to know inside of this Miramar map. So it will be interesting to see how these players adapt. Of course, we have seen in previous days how teams adapt, right? Like West Point Mamba, they managed to get a chicken dinner inside of Miramar before this, so but they're not playing this round anyway. But some of the teams that do well inside of Miramar, let's see, just checking over my notes. Yangon Galacticos is one of them. They will be playing the next round, so they're one of the top teams as well. So do expect to see a good showing from these teams.
Like, Miramar is really big. So as what you've said, it's gonna be testing not only how they can actually go for their actual strats, but how can they position themselves in a way that no one's gonna be like going around them on the far areas. Because we've been seeing that for the SEA Wildcard teams, or maybe for professional teams in general here in PUBG Mobile, they are quite accurate when it comes to those long range kill steals. And yesterday there were just a lot of that. If I remember correctly, for 5 of danger, they were able to like grasp 4 to 5 kills just because they were kill stealing everything, because they were just on a far angle and they can oversee every team. And that also happened for Yangon Galacticos in Erangel. So we can definitely see that these teams are quite smart with that, because they are always reminded of they need to get into a good position first before they get kills. But there are also some aggressive teams like Sin, like of course the guys also from KE. They were just getting a lot of kills along the way. They don't have anything to like worry about, and maybe it might be the same here in Miramar, but knowing that it's really big, maybe they don't want to struggle a lot about that. They will worry on the latter parts of the zone, and they really need to like focus on what they can do to get kills and at the same time get that chicken dinner.
Well, I really want to see the bottom teams actually stepping it up. So some of the names like Burmese Goals or Axis or H2O or even PBE, hopefully they'll be able to step up their game in this next round, because as games goes by, it will be even harder for them to climb back up to those top spots. And let's not forget, we are looking for the top 16, so there will be eliminations by the end of next week.
Right, on Sunday we'll be able to know who's gonna be the team stealing that bonus points. It's really a challenge for a lot of teams to be consistent at the top one, because anything can happen in just a single map. You can get that too soon if you get that one big mistake. And that's the thing about here in PUBG Mobile already. You're gonna be like you're gonna like go die, or rather you get the kill. That's the thing right now, and these teams, they don't have much of an option, right? But aside from that, I am looking forward for H2O, because yesterday in Miramar map they really did good. They got those kills, they were quite confident. And also earlier on in Erangel, maybe that can be the chance. And together with GE, like they were really cold like ice during the first day, but yesterday they were also doing it already. They have that baby steps, and right now on the third day itself, they're really comfortable. I can really see it on how they play the style and how they are actually excited for the kills. That's really, I want to see that the hunger for the teams that are current in that bottom half, because they really need to step up. You need to be part of the top 16 and you need to get those bonus points. That's very important.
Yeah, I'm worried for Falcon as well because like what you mentioned in the previous round, they seem to be struggling when it comes to the early stages of the game. They will be sieged down by a team and they always lose those fights. And normally they'll put themselves in the compound very early on. And when another team comes by, they always lose those fights. So it's a little bit worrying for Falcon too, and I hope they can find a way to step up their game.
That's just a lot of step ups to do. We have a lot of expectations because, you know, this is back again. They're from PMCO and they're still the same names that you can see right now here in the SEA Wildcard. It's a different pacing versus on the bigger stages. But if this is going to be their stepping stone in actually being better and being a dark horse on the upcoming bigger leagues, then this is really exciting to see. And the same names that we've been seeing previously on the PMPL finals, we can see like APG, the guys from Orange Esports before that, they are playing on different teams now. They are the ones who are stepping up. But if there's any other team that we can see that we can see really that is popping off, that will be West Point Mamba. This team, they just started recently, if I'm not mistaken, on the latter half of 2022. And now, after seeing a lot of tries, they are finally here. You know, those improvement from teams in just a snap really gives them wonders.
Alright, so speaking about wonder, we're wondering about our predictions. So here we go, Ray. Well, talk us through your predictions.
Oh, I'm gonna go with Yangon Galactic because I trust them, guys, this time. Okay, come on, let's not doubt them. But we also have OJS, of course, and Enigma. Even if they were struggling in, of course, in Erangel, maybe here in Miramar they will do better. But how about you, Sir Cloud?
Well, I have a little bit of a mix here. So Burmese goals, despite them not doing that well, but I do hope that they're able to make that comeback. So that's why they're in my list. Flash Vision, they're actually not too bad. In fact, if I compare, well, of course it's a totally different lineup that we're talking about, but if I compare with the last time we saw Flash Vision in APMPL, this is arguably the better version of that Flash Vision. So just putting it out there, and TX falls somewhere in between. So I'm looking forward to see these teams with a little bit of mix here and there to actually perform.
Let's see if that's gonna be like the same 5 vision as what you've mentioned. I'm a big fan of Ranger, to be honest. I've seen him in other games as well, and in other FPS titles. And now that he's here in PUBG Mobile, he's been switching back and forth, and now he's found his identity here. He's really exceptional. I have a lot of expectations for him, and now you can definitely see him doing wonders. But now let's gonna start here in Miramar, and as we take off, let's see who's gonna be the first team to take the very first map for our set of Miramar.
Here we go, Miramar, the first Miramar map for today. It is in overall match number 4, day number 3, week number 1 for the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. And look at the fly path. Ooh, it's not looking good for teams who like to drop on the northern side. It's going to be hard here. They have to land somewhere in between. Maybe going around the areas of Graveyard, on the outskirts of Pecado, outside of Monte Nuevo, to grab a vehicle and go up north to their natural drop spot. But that also means that they can bump into another team. So we might see an early elimination here, and that's really, really scary for these teams,
Yeah.
of course. But anyway, I just wanted to mention this point, Ray, that Ranger is taken though. Just saying.
Oh, don't worry.
Yeah,
It's a
alright.
quits one.
Okay. Alright.
Big shout outs to our pro players there, guys. Sending you all love. Belated happy Valentine's. How's your Valentine's, Sir Cloud? Was it like really just, you know, playing games and stuff?
Yeah, I guess if anyone sees that poster of like, it strikes midnight and you're still playing game, yeah, I could probably be one of the poster boys.
Really? What I did during Valentine's, that I just watched my partner's concert because
Ooh.
he has a concert tomorrow. He's a musician. But right
Wow.
now, speaking of, we have a kill already coming in. Okay, this is the scary thing sometimes about Los Leones. We all know that this is a hot drop, right? And if you don't get enough loot, or if you're just unlucky, this will happen to you, and that's what exactly happened. And it's SP to get rid Axis is gonna be eliminated in the early parts of the game.
Oh man, action happened too fast. I was about to make this the Ray Ray podcast just to know what concert is that and all that. But we'll save that conversation for a later time as we see Axis. But you gotta think about it, Axis always bumps into teams very early on. If you remember, Sanhok was the same case as well. And they generally don't do well in early fights. And being put in a situation where it's 1v2 doesn't seem to be good for Axis, as it's a confirmation here that Army is out.
Oh yeah. Um, this is what's what you mentioned. This is the biggest mistake when you have that type of flight path, right? A lot of teams will just choose to drop everything around Los Leones, around the Puerto. But looking at this SB, they're the new team coming in here in Sea Wildcard, and I think this is a new day for them. That this is actually their first day, so they have that struggle. Really, they need to give this team a chance to redeem themselves, because I can really see that they have the potential. It's just that they need to get those adjustments. How can they actually survive when they're going up against another new team here in Los Leones? And now with the fact that Poli is undermanned, he'll be able to take Amura. Tries to get the second kill, but that won't happen because some of his teammates are far from him. No way to recover already.
Yeah, no way to recover. And unfortunately, the team is down to only 2 players. So probably their best bet right now is to go for survivability. But H2O, they are not going to sit down and chill. They're going to take advantage of this. They want to be the third party to take out Burmese goals. Earlier on in the previous round, we saw Burmese goals being the one to go in as a third party. But now they're having a taste of their own medicine. Oh.
I think they're still alive. There is the barrel. But the H2O most probably, they can still take this one out. They can still recover from it. They can still go for that revive. But I think there's no way already, because all of the members of PG are sneakily getting those kills. They're smelling already their enemies. But they gotta watch out for, of course, those right behind them. And speaking of, Toki didn't get the shot.
Oh, no.
He missed it, leaving only one behind. And that's going to be Labo. Oh no, the recovery from H2O, it didn't work, and they're all dying one by one. All he can do right now is just get out of the scene, but BG might spot him out, so he needs to be quicker, he needs to be wiser for that.
It's an unfortunate situation for Labo because he was in an angle that he's not able to support his teammates. But now we move back onto Axis. Axis, the last we saw them, they lost Ame, but now they're down to only 2 players left going up against GE, still a full squad. GE, however, needs to recover Ichi, but it's down to Nasty at the forefront together with Chichi, giving support from behind, but not too sure how much impact can Chichi bring looking at her current position, and there are walls separating these 2 teams, so it's going to be a bit tough for Chichi to give him backup.
Here it is, but the Molly not gonna be taking out at least someone. But Axis, once again, they've always struggled on this early fights. They haven't got the sense of, like, breathe in first, check out what they can do. But hey, he's just moving all along, and we only have one left. But while they're gonna be like reviving West, it's up to CG to actually take this. But no, but I think it's impossible already. And Axis Esports, they will be eliminated, getting the top 16, while the other teams are just sitting pretty, getting their loots, getting inside the circle. And look, Chumasera is quite open, so looks like APG already got their loots in, collecting maybe vehicles along the way, getting their good positions. And this is the circle that everyone is kind of expected, but at the same time, it's gonna be like a do or die if you get that big mistake.
I feel that overall today's circle is kind of iffy. Like even the
Yeah,
Erangel circles,
exactly.
or even like the Erangel circles, like the Milta one, it's like tucked at the side. Even if we want to say like the Pachinki circle, at first it looked like it's going to be inside a Pachinki, but then the moment the circle moves out, everyone inside a Pachinki suffers. So circle today hasn't been kind to all these players, I must say.
I think it's all comes down to how can you actually live out on the EFIS circles, right? Especially here in PUBG Mobile, a lot of teams has been studying how does the circle work. Does it based on the flight path or something? How can we actually get those accurate rotations working? How will we survive? A lot of questions, but sometimes it's not just about the strategies. It's about how you get out of a certain situation. Of course, these teams they will be engaging against each other on the latter parts, but what they need to do is, will it be a good decision to actually go up in this team along our way, or should we bail out? Those are the teams. They get that by experience. But as of now, Vipers, they're just around Minas. They're just lurking around, getting some smooth positions, while the other teams are just looting also outside the circle. So I think this first Miramar map, we can see those early fights, but at the same time, we can see how other teams are really disciplined, considering that this is like a big map.
Well, I'm trying to count here how many teams are in the blue. We have like at least 6 teams actually tanking out the first phase of the blue circle. But then again, this is Miramar, so it's common for teams to tank it out and sometimes rotate in a little bit later. But in my experience of watching PUBG Mobile, it's uncommon to see 6 teams still in the blue. But maybe it's also because of the circle. But now we've revealed the circle, and the circle seems to be a little bit kinder, whereby I move somewhere into the middle. It's going to be interesting if the circle moves up to the high grounds of Chumasera, because that will be a very tricky place to play, considering that there are a couple of teams already parked themselves there.
What? It's gonna be on the northern part of Chumasera. Interesting. And KE, they are really a blessed team. They're always part of the circle. Whenever it may be in Sanhok, whenever it is in Erangel also, or in Miramar, they are always like inside the circle. They have good positions, But some teams, they are already probably aware of, the circle is quite far from us. We need to get inside the safe circle before anything else. But it comes for a price. Vipers right now, together with APG, they will be meeting around Chumasera. They know that the circle is centering around it, so they need to gamble on this part in the red building. Deja is quite handling it, but the fact that the APG boys are outnumbered, this might be dangerous for them.
And Atif, I don't think he can do much from the high ground. Yes, it's a somewhat like an advantage if you're on the high ground, but I don't think from his position he'll be able to help that much. Nevertheless, we have backup coming in. We have Knee coming in to give backup, so it's going to be a 3v3 in the compound. Atef still looking for the right angle to position himself. He can't overexpose. If he's knocked down on top of that hill, he's pretty much gone.
Oh, exactly. But then Vipers, they need to play this really quickly and at the same time disciplined. But Deja wants to come up with something. And finally, Rain was able to determine where's the far member of APG that might take them out. So that gives Deja and Spoogel an opportunity that, hey, we already know where the other member of APG is. We are already sure that there's 3 men around the red brick building. But aside from that, they want to get out. They don't want to have that fight. It's not worth it. And I think that's good. We've been talking about this earlier, right? That there are fights that you can fight, but there are also fights that you don't need to commit. Because, of course, it might be a big gamble that you might actually lose. And that's a good decision making coming in from Vipers. You're still inside the circle. Why play so aggressive? You still have the vehicles. You don't need to waste a lot of time and utilities on APG.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. We are still at a very early stage, and for the players, well, they can't see how many teams are remaining, but they can see 55 players, so they can assume that if they get eliminated at this point, they won't get any placement points at all, so it's not going to be worth it for them. Plus, like you mentioned, they're in the circle, no point for them to take those fights. Not like that taking over that compound is going to give them a significant advantage, so they might as well chill. But Flash Vision ain't chilling. They are stopping teams from making those rotations. So another team at the bottom of the hill trying to move past by them still managed to survive. But oh, wait, what's happening here? Just side by side and Loki goes down. What just happened? They arrive at the same time.
Oh, unfortunate. And so unfortunate. They just want to go for that good position so that they can survive on the latter parts of the game. But Vipers, they struggled on that scenario. But fine, it happened to them. Well, YG on the other side, they were just cut off by SKR. And even, that's what we've been talking about, even if you're in a good position, or maybe along the way you're quite too late, you'll be also meeting against one team. But OJS right now, this team has been fragging so much during the first day, but today and yesterday they are a little bit, freezing with those shots. They can't get it together. Hopefully here in Miramar they can go up again and somehow rise. But seeing their actual struggle, I can't believe that it's like this. But maybe it's also because there's also a lot of teams watching over them, especially it's KE we're talking about. Oh, it's Pov versus his used-to-be teammates. Hello. We're gonna be waving at each other. But also there's this pressure from the Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, they've been Bing chilling a bit today in terms of elimination points. But speaking about eliminations, Pop managed to get a grenade elimination, so that's going to go one into the stats. Young Galacticos on the lower ground. Right now we can see KE, they have the high ground advantage. But Young Galacticos, they seem to be pretty active. Another knockdown somewhere else. Romeo Boy getting onto Renzer.
Wow, Renzer is kind of beginning it. But SKR, are they prepared for this push coming in from DX? But while they're doing that, they are already outnumbered, and there's someone right behind it. But then he'll be taken out right now by Marcus. But Sonic tries to cook off that grenade together with those smokes for some covers. But what the TX wants to do right now is just to be with each other. But right from them, there's Ranger from FV, and these guys from TX, they are struggling because they are being sandwiched by these two teams.
Oh, SKR is moving in, and now TX will need to fight, but can they recover in time? Molly tossing by Marcos, that could probably connect, and it will connect! One knockdown for Marcos, and one elimination point for him, and that is it for TX out at number 14. Only one elimination point in this round.
Oh, it's too much for them to actually retaliate. Imagine you are between two teams. You also have Evie looking at them. That's pretty big. But the circle didn't favor Chumacera. Instead, it might be on the open areas. How can you actually position yourselves when on all corners of the current circle has a lot of teams that might be taking you off? But Ranzer from OJS, Caps right now is gonna go down, and now finally kicking him out of the map. But surprisingly, we are already on the stage 4 of the circle. We still have 13 teams, knowing that this is a big map, but knowing that this is also an Enigma side at the corner. OJS is just going down one by one, and Glab is just sitting pretty while a lot of teams is going up against each other.
Skynin now, probably the last man standing for OJS. Yes, he is the last man standing. He's caught between two teams. How is he going to get out of this? And another team, Enigma, is starting to get closer and closer. They don't know exactly where Skynin is at just yet. Skynin prepping out a nade. He's going to toss it out to the other side. Skynin decides not to at the last moment, but Spooky has arrived. Right in front of him is Skynin. Skynin needs to be careful because KE is behind him as well.
Oh, Skynin, how will be able to survive that? You have Enigma looking for you, Spooky, together with QB, rhyming names, yet the rhyming movement also coming in from them, removing all of Ojes. This is really a struggle for them. They can't stay consistent on this third day itself. Yesterday was pretty fine for them. At least they got a total of like a 65 points. But today it seems like it's not working for them all throughout. And while they're stiffing us to wear Skyline, I think they don't want to push through because there's also KE that might take them out. And while that is happening, you can definitely see that this Regis are a big help here in Miramar, guys. Like, it covers you. No need to waste your utilities. But here for Vipers, here for the teams here in Chimasera, they haven't started moving yet.
Oh, but speaking about moving yet, now they're starting the movements. But it's not looking good for Skynin. Skynin easily eliminated by Enigma, and that's going to be it for Osja. A team that is doing fairly well in terms of the overall chance, but unfortunately that just had to happen. But that's the thing about Battle Royale, you have to survive against 15 other teams. Now KE has sight onto SKR as well as Yangon Galacticos. But the next phase of the circle, there is a possibility that... Wait, what? KE still has the circle, Rere!
These guys, they've been praying for the zone. They know how they can manipulate it. They are still part of it. Yes, they still have the compound. They can still go for that late rotation on the latter parts. And they can still get kills. They can trap Glab. They can trap Enigma. They can trap YG also. They have it. But the next question mark is, will they actually get that good stronghold? Because... they need to face off a lot of teams. Glab can just directly go at them. But while that is happening, seems like a lot of teams are interested as to where G is. BG is kind of like sniffing it. We want this area. We want to be part of it. While Playbook right now is on the roadside, Ryman is going for his positioning. And speaking of... BG right now, they are taking over. It looks like the push didn't work. There was quite of the missed calls there. They weren't able to work hand in hand, and it's now or never already for Edward together with Amaro.
Well, I know it's only two of them left, but they have no choice because they're on the outside of the circle. They still have to go in. GE, of course, will not go down without a fight. And now, with Amura down, Edward is the last man standing. How is he going to go up against the rest of GE? The odds don't seem to favor him. If he can pull off this clutch, it's probably going to be the clutch of the tournament.
Oh, that's some great highlights that we can actually see. But what he prioritized right now is to revive his teammate. But on the other side, for G, this is like a big question mark because they are delayed also. But at least they have the cars. That can be like a good answer. But BG, they won't stop, right? They just won't stop getting this. But we have two Filipino teams going up against each other. Scaddy from Glab is currently down, taken on by Monboy. PB is on a heat. Glab is really losing it. Dragon all by himself, eliminated already, leaving Playbook Esports with additional 4 points. A whole squad eliminated by them. But while that happened, BG is still here. We are still alive. But looks like they don't want to struggle anymore with the Mura. They want to get out of it instead. But looks like they just want to beat him and still find him. They don't want to go into this circle yet if they haven't finished it yet. It's up to you, Amura. But not yet. It's not yet over. They will be finishing him while there's the sacrifice of his teammate also hiding around there. Will Edward capture it? Looks like no. He's just gonna get out also. He's just gonna stay still and wait for G to come at him.
Well, it does surprise me enough how Edward managed to get himself into that shack on the lower ground. But that doesn't mean that he's in a comfortable position. Yes, GE will go towards him, but he has to be careful of Vipers on the southern side. But Vipers might not get a good view onto him, but he's still going to go up against the rest of GE soon. Now that the circle shift into the middle, GE definitely will pass by Edward here, and he needs to be prepared for that.
Gee, they still don't want to let go of Edward. Of course, it's very important, but they are kind of like pushed back because along their way, there's a lot of teams residing in the mountainside already. But we can definitely see Flash Vision versus APG. Two strong teams going up against each other. Will APG survive this, knowing that FV Flash Vision has been like a team that's really good in this type of engagement, in this type of situation? They do it so flawlessly sometimes. Moxie already determines as to where APG is, while Ranger is going for that real good position and where he kind of expects APG to come up with them. But oh no, the fire is gonna be surrounding Moxie. He's gonna get knocked out. That's a time already for APG to come as to where FV is. And looks like there's also the knockout. So Raul is gonna go down. Ranger wants to stand a chance, but that won't work. Chewy prioritized Moxie, and the two members of FV has already been eliminated, leaving only to a 2v2 situation if I'm not mistaken. And this is it. Who's gonna get who? Moxie still tries to be alive while there's the reset from APG.
Oh, Flash Vision, they're going out to the ground floor. APG down to the last man standing, but it's gonna be 1v1. Moxie, can he do it? And Moxie managed to win the fight with only 10% of health left, and Moxie will collect those elimination points on behalf of Flash Vision Esports. Flash Vision, they still survive, and Moxie can pick up his teammate.
Oh, APG still alive, but hey, KE, they're still part of the circle, Sir Cloud. How many times has this guy's been surviving throughout? My goodness. And they can also get those good kills. They already got 2, but SKR together with YG, they finally met with each other, but Romeo boy didn't see his Juliet, is now out, and PBE right now is kind of struggling as they want to get into the safe zone.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know how the KE do it. Like, are they like circle shamans or something? It's working out for them so far in terms of how they predict the circle, but now they need to still fight their way through because they're by the edge of the circle, so it's very likely that the next circle will not favor them. So they need to be aware of their opponents right in front of them, as there's going to be Enigma. But behind Enigma, we have SKR, so it's not going to be easy for KE. KE has at least 2 teams to fight through. But now, you can see that Enigma still holding their fort. Everyone's waiting for the next circle. 10 more seconds on the clock. Enigma, however, will lose Spooky. DJ goes down as well. Enigma seem to be falling apart as they try to take out KE.
And this is it. Looks like KE is on their way, but let's not forget Enigma is still alive. They can trap them out. Looks like the top is gonna get so low. Plus, there's the pressure coming from the Molly. They're also cooking their own bombs. But Enigma, they need to make a big step just to get inside the zone. But even if KE was in a better place earlier, looks like the zone didn't favor them again and again. They can have the first 3 to 4 phase, but on the latter parts of the stages of the circle, they can't get it. And we have SB inside the circle, but Panda, you might be taking over it now. Oh, QB together with Kuba, they want to get him. They're kind of struggling. They want to play along with him, but that's just it. But he's out in the open. They're basically trapped right now onto the side of Enigma.
Well, the good news is that they still have a shack for them to recover themselves. The smoke will be popped out, so they'll be fine for now. But they are in a shack that is also in the middle of the circle. That will be a very important spot. But now we're back to APG versus Flash Vision. Now Flash Vision, they have 2 players still alive. Going up against one from APG is going to be the Kid. Can he beat the Kid? Can he grow from being a kid to being a man by taking these 2 players out?
Oh, well, FV, they're still alive. The Kid, hello? They are still not finished yet. The moment of truth. Will the Kid finally get this? Or will there be a game changer? But Ed is taking down Monboy. There's the trade. here it is. There's Vipers taking the lead when it comes to their position right now out in the open or out in the mountains. And speaking of, Playbook Esports, it's now down for leaving KE together with Vipers all along the edges. But at the same time, it's a big trap between the teams that who wants to be in the center. Right? You don't have any cover anymore in the center except on the position that Enigma has. That was a big sacrifice that they had to do. And yet, at least it worked for them both.
And look at the amount of open area between KE and that hill. Assuming that the circle moves up to the hilltop, they must win against two teams before they can actually move forward. If not, there's no way they're going to go through. They're just going to be gunned down. But the good news is that they still maintain a 4-man squad. But look at the circle. They still have some room to play. But in order for them to get into the circle, Enigma has to be the next target.
Enigma, they just need to play it out real safe. Avoid those angles that this team might take you out. But Vipers, together with KE, they are the only teams that are still alive, that are still complete rather. And looking how this circle is gonna progress, I think it's up to them who's gonna be first in taking down Enigma. But even if you take down Enigma and you're gonna be like going out as to where they are, I think it still gives you a disadvantage. But Flash Vision together with APG, they are not done yet. They want to take this, but looks like KE right now is struggling right outside the zone, and I think that's just it for them. They were defeated badly by the zone with the pressure coming in from Vipers, but will the kid actually clutch this against
Whoa! He did!
They both died outside the zone, but looks like Effie got the top 5, and for Anchor PUBG, they got the top 4, leaving 3 teams behind. And I think Vipers, this might be the good chance of taking their second chicken dinner for today.
And it was the kid coming up on top because he went up before Flash Vision. So he has a little bit more points there. But now focusing on the top 3 teams. And now looking at the circle, everyone's currently in it. Everyone needs to reset quickly. But before that, Marcus goes down. And then now looking at Vipers, they have a big advantage. Just look at their position. They're on the high ground. They have a full squad. It's pretty much their round to lose.
It's pretty much a hard to lose. But Enigma, they're still alive. Imagine just staying on that little house that they have. They are still alive, but as for Vipers, they are still there. But who's gonna be favoring the zone? It looks like it's not on the side of Vipers. They don't have any vehicles already. They might be just shooting targets for Enigma if they won't be able to cover with each other. But Paed is already aware. They are quite aware who they need to go up against with. But time is ticking. They still have 2 minutes to do that. But while that is happening, looks like Cube is just gonna go for that healing game, but the zone is really ouchy, and it's just Vipers really showing dominance all over again, just like how they did it in Sanhok while they're just looking for exit, and that's just it. Congratulations, Vipers clan. It's a big struggle for them during the first 2 days, but finally here on the 3rd day, they are alive, they are kicking, they are doing it.
2 chicken dinners today for Vipers clan. Wow. What a day it has been for them indeed. Of course, there was one round whereby they only managed to get a number 9 spot without any elimination points. But with 2 chicken dinners, I mean, this is a big improvement for Vipers, not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, this is a big improvement. And we are talking about earlier on that we are excited to see that. Is there gonna be a team who's gonna like pop off, who's gonna like impress us again from the bottom half actually of our leaderboards? And the name is Vipers Clan. This is a big step to this team. And as what I've said, they might have a lot of struggles along the way, but let's not forget that they can still grow, that they can still manage to improve.
And then this is the man of the moment here. It's going to be DJ, of course, from Vipers Clan. Managed to get himself 5 elimination points. Although only 797 damage, but then again, what matters is the elimination points. And on top of that, he only takes in 156 damage. That's probably equals to 1 first aid heal. So that's kind of okay for him. Not too bad. Very good survivor. And these are the teams to watch. Our top 4 teams from the previous round.
Oh, look at this. Teams to watch. Gotta consider Vipers. They traveled right from really far away from the side of this Miramar map. But they are quite sure of what they can do. They bailed out of a situation out of APG. They didn't committed that engagement against them. They play it very well. And even if there are teams that who went along to them along the way, they survive it. They met with Playbook, Esports. They also met KE. But KE struggled on the safe zone, eating them. And a lot of teams didn't manage to get the position as to where Vipers is because it's already up in the mountainside. Plus, they also have a good cover. But what's really the biggest problem right now is Enigma. They weren't able to watch as to where Paed is. That's why Paed got it against them. And looking at that, Vipers enabling themselves with a total of 23 rank points for this map.
Oh yeah, doing really, really well. 23 points. Almost double the amount of their number 2 opponent. Number 3, in fact, Enigma. So, other than that, we can see that only 3 teams getting double digit in terms of points. We have a couple of teams not getting points at all. It's going to be Young Galactico struggling this round. Axis. Consistent struggle for them. Hopefully they'll be able to do well in the coming matches. H2O as well only managed to get 1 point here, but our powerhouses aren't playing. Let's not forget that as well. FOD, WPM, they were sitting back from this round. In the next round they'll be back, and that means that it's going to be a little bit more challenging for these teams.
A lot of challenges as the teams, but looks like our week 1 ranking so far, FOD is still standing still because they weren't able to play the game earlier on. But this gives an advantage for KE also. They're current at 96, but still it's a big game between all of the teams right now in the top 5. One mistake can put you down, but one big chance can put you up. But as for Vipers, from the top 17 or 16, they are now in 11. And if they get a good positioning again for the next map, or on our last map rather, I think that they can be part of the top 8 already. And this is a game changer for them. They have 33 eliminations. The firepower is so big. And they're also one of the page teams that is currently standing strong already, that somehow wants to make it into the top 16. But as for that, SB is still struggling to get with Axis. BG is actually upping themselves. H2O also. But as for Playbook, APG is still consistent. We haven't seen how powerful they are, but hopefully on the next map itself we can see more out of the teams from the ranks 11 to 20.
I'm starting to see quite a gap now, number 19, 21 points, 24, and then you have a 7-point gap with H2O, and then you have a 10-point gap with PBE, and then you have a little bit of a gap. So the gap gets a little bit smaller. But between Falcon and G-Lab, there's 9 points gap. So I'm starting to see it right now. And we're only on page 2. We still have page 1 to talk about. But before we talk about more on the stats, well, the next match will be played out Miramar, but we'll be taking a short break. See you guys in a bit.
Wake up. You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
They were like really good with how they want to like push and pull against other teams. And together also with Enigma, that was a good decision for them to just rush it over to that small house to stay all throughout the next few moments of the circle. Okay, also they kind of tried, but the circle just didn't favor them. But if it's that, if the scenario was the circle is in favor of them, I think Vipers could have struggled there. But it looks like GE might be meeting against a certain team. It's Falcon versus GE. And now Master Ichi is just gonna go down very quickly. Something that GE didn't expect.
Ooh, Chenlong is going to start it off first. So let's see if we can get more than that one knockdown. Nade toss over to the other side. Chenlong managed to get another beautiful nade by Chenlong. Now 2 from GE is currently down. They need to reset quickly as Falcon might take advantage of this, but Falcon, one of them goes down. They're starting to move in. Coming in from the right side. 1v2 at least. Chenlong super duper low. Can he defend his area? Chenlong didn't survive that. Chenlong is down.
Oh no! GE is the first team to be eliminated. And that's what we've said. It's a now or never. Every time it's a compound take. This is really a big of struggle for the teams. But SB, luckily, they're still here. They're still alive. They are just crossing around. But they need to like be really aware of where they are currently going. But as for Enigma, luckily they were able to get out of Pecado safely without one of them being disembarred by other teams. Especially they went up against a 5 of danger earlier on, the number 1 team so far. But Sin, they spot off the Thirsa team going along the way. But luckily, SB was just like, let's get out of here. We don't want to engage against stronger teams. And we don't want to like have that too soon again.
I'll share with you. You want to know a fun fact, really, about Chenlong's name? Okay, so Chenlong's name, well, the name Chenlong itself is actually the Chinese name of Jackie Chan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
He probably got inspired by watching too many action movies.
Most probably. I will take note of that.
There you go. Fun fact of the day.
I'm learning so much from Sir Cloud. I don't have much of a fan fact against the with the players from the PH, because usually their names are like they don't have much of a story behind it. Usually it's like, hey, why is this your name? For example, it's Deje, because apparently it's basing from the first 3 letters of his first 2 names.
Oh,
that's why it's Deje.
Okay, that's a fun fact.
Yeah, that's really cool, right? They're pretty like creative, to be honest, and I like that. But as for the others, that's one of the things I know about the team. But I also have a fun fact against Team Power, but unfortunately, they weren't able to play already. But I'll get more facts from these teams, guys, so that we can be like, But I'll add another. Vipers Clan is like they don't only have one team for a certain game. They also have other pro teams on other games. But they're like a growing organization, as you can see. And for Playbook also, they came from they were the team that flew to Cambodia for the SEA Games last year, and they were acquired by Playbook Esports.
Right.
That's just the little fun facts about them. But hopefully this upcoming SEA Games, right? I'm excited on what will happen again in PUBG Mobile.
All right, a little bit on the SEA Games side. So, any of these players going to represent the Philippines coming soon?
I haven't gotten the final word yet on who's gonna be the team representing our PUBG Mobile, but I will definitely tell you, because there were some big changes because of what happened recently. So yeah.
Okay. I'll be looking forward to see who will be representing the Philippines. Of course, we all know the last round, I believe it was majority of from KHI Esports that time.
Yeah, and now they're
yeah.
PBE, and some of them are in Glab right now, in Game Lab.
Yeah, so top players playing at the Pro League. Wow. I mean, even
Yeah.
representing the country. It's always a national pride thing to be able to represent your country, right?
And to actually win and bag that gold medal, that's really the dream for most of the PH teams. And technically, we got the PUBG mobile scene has what happened in their SEA Games, right? At least they got the chicken dinner. There's already that big step for the PH teams. But I'm also excited on the all-star team from Indonesia and Malaysia and Thailand, because the last time I've seen the roster, I'm like, oh my, they got an all-star team, especially for Malaysia. It was like the lineup. It included some boys from Geekfam, right? And I don't know how the process takes for their SEA Games. Like, do they audition or they were just acquired or something? How does your SEA Games go, Sir Cloud?
Well, this time around, no confirmation yet. So
Yeah, same with us.
no announcement yet. So we'll see. But what we're seeing here is Flash Vision. Ooh, losing Moxie. I think Flash Vision have been doing fairly well, to be honest. Like, they've managed to gather like 85 points. If only they do well this round too, they could be. They could maintain their top 3 at least, because I think that their 2 competition at the number 1 and number 2 spot are really, really strong. But Flash Vision, honestly speaking, they are one of those surprise performances for me personally.
Yeah, especially that they weren't the team who topped in their own region before entering here in PMPL SEA Wildcard. So they were also quite a surprise for me, because we were talking about it yesterday that Flash Vision, they weren't the team who were the top 1 in their own region, but we are happy to see that they can actually be on the top level, eliminating a lot of teams along the way. They have insane firepower, but this is quite too bad. We only have 1 member remaining for them, and this might be giving West Point Mamba together with FOD a greater chance to take the lead. And West Point Mamba, you don't usually see them getting those chicken dinners, but what they usually exemplify is first their good positions, so that's why they are like ending consistently at top 5. And although they're a little bit scared when it comes to those team fights, but at least for the latter parts of the circle, they are there. They are still alive. They don't want to be so aggressive.
Well, unfortunately, they'll be playing the rest of the round with only 1 player left, so hopefully survivability is their thing in this round. But survivability seems not to be the thing for TX, as 2 of them went down. Sin is the one to pick up those points, and it's going to be Sin right now with 4 points. In fact, already 4. Wow, that's a lot of points for just a stage 3.
Exactly. When you're the first team to get the 3-digit score, it really gives you a lot, right? And we still have 2 days, so that we'll be able to determine the team who gets the most points, who's gonna get the most bonus points. But while that is happening, looks like Sin is just gonna, it's not a worth it fight. Let's just get out of here to get rid of H2O. They don't want it yet. But on the other side, SB is just playing it safe. This is where things get exciting, right? Where is the circle gonna go in? Who's gonna be favoring? Which team is gonna be favored by the circle? But seems like Caps won't be favored as he is currently knocked out.
Yeah, I want to say KE, because they normally always receive the circle, but they're not playing this round, so they're out of question. Looking at the current condition, I would say that teams that have the high ground advantages like Viper, like Enigma, they would do well in this kind of circle. But of course, it really, really depends where the circle ends up in. But we'll know that in about 10 more seconds in the next phase of the circle. But speaking about one of our predicted teams, looks like West Point Mamba managed to get a knockdown from a long-range shot. So that's going to be... that's probably going to be warning shots. Normally, if you see a long-range shot inside of Miramar at this stage, it's normally just like, okay, I just knocked you down, not really going to push. It's just to make you aware that I'm there so you don't come by me.
I think I got it right. It's gonna end up around the south side of Crater Fields, the least the least circle that we wanted, that I personally wanted. I don't like it to open around here, but because it has a lot of like unforgivable places that you can actually not survive and at the same time survive. But it is what it is. But aside from that, there's still two squads around El Pozo. They haven't been like getting out of here because there's OJS. They might pick off FOD, but FOD, they have vehicles, so most probably they'll be like, that's not worth it, let's get out of here, let's position ourselves properly. But it looks promising for Vipers together with Sinners and West Point Mamba though, because they want to be on the latter parts of the circle, but this is also giving them space as to where they can actually go in. So they spotted already, of course, FOD, and now it's gonna be OJS who's gonna be like the second squad they'll be knowing. So maybe it's time for them to get that idea that it's actually cleared. But FOD, the rotation is quite early. Is gonna be knocked out just because of that vehicle going around in circles between a lot of teams watching over them. It's an open valley, open space that any team can take you out. And speaking of BG, there's Ranked taking Edward out so far.
I'm really liking the position of West Point Mamba. High ground, they can collect information, and for them to get down from that high ground, it's a little bit easier than being in an open area on the lower ground. So, despite them slightly on the outside of the circle, I don't see a problem for them to go in. But seems to be a problem for FOD because one of them went down to the zone.
This is quite hard for them. Plus, I'm not really a big fan of this place where FOD is currently at, but at least they were able to get some knockout working. But remember, there's also Vipers together with Sin on the other side of the map taking on against Falcon. At least 3 squads going up against each other. Actually, it's 4. We have Spooky. We also have Paed. And we haven't seen that one, but I think FOD, they are just struggling. They were too early to make that rotation work. And look at that. One of our predictions is currently out. But as for Vipers, one of them has already been eliminated. And that's Ray himself, if I remember. But on the other side, on the edge part, we have BG versus Playbook Esports.
Oh, well, we still have West Point Mamba, and they are still a full squad, but now focusing on to these two teams. Looks like Burmese Gold struggling right now with only 2 players left. They've been sieged down. They're not in a good position, but the nade! Whoa! 1 nade! Getting 2! That is beautiful coming from Burmese Gold, but they're not done yet with those nades. Another nade tossed on to the other side. But we can see that Amigod seems to be in the trouble. He can't get through.
Oh my goodness. Is this the big struggle for the other teams? Especially its Playbook together with BG. But then the grenade eliminated a lot from PBE. But then Vipers, they take them out. Burmese goals. You are out there, up there on the backstab. At least PBE had that little bit of that saving grace, but they also have to watch out for West Point Mamba. But so far, it looks like it's favoring Enigma in this circle that we have.
I was hoping that Burmese Ghosts actually survived that, but unfortunately the backstab had to happen. But now looking at the circle, open area for most of it. And West Point Mamba still surviving. And look at this, West Point Mamba, they have a free entry into the circle. Nobody's going to challenge them.
Oh, this is interesting because we're gonna be seeing how's West Point Mamba gonna face this one. But at least they were able to pin down some members of Falcon so that they can still have the upper hand when it comes to that manpower. And the fact that FOD is out already, this gives so much for SPR together with West Point Mamba. But ABG tries to work it out. But then SP is also out there eliminating all of them one by one, trimming the teams down to 9. And SP is actually stepping up, getting maybe how comfortable they are. But H2O, they want to get with that third party. They are not yet over.
Oh, SKR it looks like they're not done yet as well. Getting a couple of elimination points on the back for themselves. And at the same time, we can see a couple of teams seems to be struggling. OJS Still on the outside of the circle, trying to find a way in. But look at the amount of coverage other teams have. They're going to stop them from coming into the circle. But West Point Mamba, they are starting the party. Managed to get a knockdown from afar.
Oh, getting far from afar, but then Vipers, they want to get inside the circle, but they gotta take care of Spooky, who might watch them. But at least they have a little bit of that bridge for protection. But SKR exit, he really did a good exit with his grenade elimination. But here it is. This is what we're talking about. Now that Falcon is currently undermanned, West Point Mamba will just purely put themselves in as to where they are just to be able to get inside the circle. But while the Enigma boys are up top, Vipers is already smelling also their feet. They want to be into the circle, but who's gonna be the lucky team getting inside the circle that doesn't need any rotations or struggle at all?
Well,
But looking at Enigma together with Vipers, they're like a 3-man squad already.
Well, as long as Enigma has the circle and they still hold on to this high ground, nobody can challenge them. Just look at how Vipers, they can't even get through. Okay, let's look at the circle now. This will be a defining moment for Enigma. If they're forced to go down, it might be a little bit of a difficulty for them. But the circle still favors Enigma with that high ground. Nobody's gonna stop them.
Nobody's gonna stop them. They are unstoppable. Look at that. They can watch each team. And remember, QB is one of the best snipers that we have around in the PH region. And while that is happening, it looks like Koopa is on the AW that's just gonna be watching all of the teams, and he can take them out one by one, delay a lot of things. While for Vipers, I think they're just gonna be sticking around the circle. But on the other side, looks like Skyneen has been eliminated because Exit spotted him out. While the boys of WPM of West Point Mamba, they are still complete. They can still get that rank just getting one kill. They will be the top number one team all in all. And what are we talking about? We're talking about consistency. We're also talking about teams that has been getting a lot of kills, and West Point Mamba, they have it.
Yeah, the only thing that West Point Mamba now needs to do is to pray that the circle comes down, because if the next circle still favors Enigma, then it's going to be big trouble. It's going to be hard for West Point Mamba to counter them. But speaking about countering, looks like Enigma wants to be countered by Viper wants to try to counter Enigma by coming in from behind. But again, just look at this. They have no way through. The moment they show themselves up, Enigma will be there to shoot them down, and they know exactly where Vipers is at.
Oh, Vipers, they gotta take care, knowing that there's just 3 of them remaining. But then stage 6, the biggest question for the teams is that, are they going to be safe or not? Looks like SKR, they're watching over every angle, but it's quite difficult because one mistake, it can be a good knockout for Enigma side, favoring them. But as for West Point Mamba, they are already inside this compound. They can take this as a cover and maybe just set up some smokes for later. But the circle is the next question mark. It will just be favoring at least 1 or 2 teams, and that's gonna be like the biggest struggle that they have to face. But Vipers, if the circle won't favor them, they might lose this against Enigma. And seems like they're like, okay, come on, let's finish this. Let's start the fight already. We don't have much of a choice. Let's climb this. But will this be a mistake? Oh, they have the reach.
They did.
They can still get it.
Oh my goodness, they did the climb, and they managed to chase away Enigma. Now Enigma is running away. Now Vipers have this high ground advantage. Vipers will want to use it as much as possible and pray that the circle still favors them. But for Enigma, they do not have that prime position anymore.
Enigma, they just lost it. They lost the circle. But here it is, it's closing. It's finally revealing who's gonna get who inside the circle. They are still in. And that is a big statement in itself, but they will be sandwiched between two teams. They will also have West Point Mamba just watching over this fight between Vipers and Enigma. And let's not forget, H2O is on the other side of the hill.
Wait a second, Enigma still has the circle. This is ridiculous. That means they can hold on to it. But because they're not in that prime position anymore, Vipers will push them. But then again, now Vipers have the task of coming down from this hill, and I don't know how they're going to deal with that because Enigma will be waiting for them. But on the other side, we can see that SKR, they're fighting against APG. One of them goes down. That means APG is eliminated. We're now down to the top 5 teams. West Point Mamba is still a full squad.
And that gives him so much advantage. But the thing is, we still have a minute that these teams can actually move and make the right decisions. But if H2O will be putting a big pressure towards Enigma, this might be dangerous for them.
Ooh, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Vipers, they have nowhere to go. If they jump down, that's it. They'll get knocked. And if they do survive, Enigma will be waiting for them. Vipers is currently stuck. No matter what, Enigma will be gatekeeping them.
This is like a hellbound already for Vipers. But at least they will be finishing in top 5, most probably. But then again, Enigma, they're still alive. But while that is happening, West Point Mamba can go inside the zone, can actually take them out. Rain is still alive. And Federales, he's not afraid. But then as for H2O, luckily they are still alive. They are there. QB is quite struggling also, but at least they're able to survive with those revive from his teammates. But Federales, he's just really gatekeeping them. He's waiting for his teammates. They're sniffing. They had this huge control all over the map.
Oh, Vipers. Okay, last man standing. Has a little bit of room to play. But after this, 100% have to go down. West Point Mamba took advantage of that, went on to the other side. Because they know that if they can take advantage of that, the commotion that's happening there, they go over when two teams are kind of busy with each other. They can definitely get across, and that's exactly what they did. The compound that they once held is not within the circle anymore, and now they are in the circle, have a little bit of elevation, but the challenge is taking out Enigma as well as Vipers.
Oh, Enigma, how will you guys survive this? Look at the pressure being taken on. But at the same time, there's just rain waiting for them, raining over. But he knows where Toki is. He's spotting him out. He's giving him so much of those hits. It doesn't have much of a choice because Rain will be taking him down and finally confirming the 5th kill for Vipers.
Oh, here we go. Time's on their side as Rain takes out one member of H2O. Now Rain doesn't have any more space to play with. Rain will be taking over his zone, not giving his point to anyone else. But it's going to be West Point Mamba versus Enigma, while H2O is being a bystander at this moment with only 2 players. They're not going to move. They're not going to give away the position. They're going to let these 2 teams duke it out and hopefully get more placement points. But looks like it's not looking good for Enigma as West Point Mamba managed to get 1 knockdown to Cooper.
Oh no. Looks like West Point Mamba might still take this against a lot of teams, knowing that Enigma is being stumbled by two squads, being overwhelmed. QB, that's just it for him. But then, look at that, West Point Mamba, they're out in the open. They might be stuck, but knowing this is a 2v4, or rather this is a 2v3, they need to make Emmas do something. 1 knockout is enough, and that might be the miracle that West Point Mamba has been waiting.
Well, position-wise, looking good for West Point Mamba. They're well spread out. They have the high ground advantage against H2O. They do have information. H2O, both of them at the lower ground. One of them just at the edge of the blue. The blue will arrive onto Lavo, and that's where he has nowhere to go. He'll be forced to come out. And we can see that Michi has eyes onto Labo. The moment Labo shows himself, that's it. Michi will shoot him down.
Oh, Michi, you gotta do it. But then the knockout still goes into Labo, but the zone will be finishing him out, knowing that it's all about 1 left. That's gonna be Wadu.
Wadu,
rather. He gets a good knockout. Excuse me. That's pretty nasty coming in from him. And it's all up to Emmas to finish it. And yes, West Point Mamba. What an outstanding Miramar. Just like what happened in the very first day. They got that last Miramar map. And it's just the same as to what happened today.
West Point Mamba, ladies and gentlemen. And with this chicken dinner, it is definitely they will be at the #1 spot, taking it away from FOD. West Point Mamba will become the next team to break that 3-digit mark in terms of overall points. West Point Mamba, can you believe it? Today has been magnificent for them. Only one round, number 12 with 1 elimination point. Other than that, it's 2 second place rounds and 1 fourth place round with 7 elimination points. This is West Point Mamba, ladies and gentlemen.
My goodness, a good decision making. They have, like, as what you've said, their rotation is so breathable. No teams to actually go up against. Plus, the zone kind of favored them instead of Enigma together with Vipers. But we can definitely see the kills. It's not like really a lot of kills from coming in from West Point Mamba, but at least the placement is what they usually have. And these kids are so smart that they can actually survive all along without any one of them being picked off by their enemies.
Oh my goodness. And Ermas was the MVP for this round. I'm going to give another fun fact, but I don't know whether it's the same or it just so happened. So Ermas in Malay language is gold. So he's definitely the golden child right now, being the MVP for West Point Mamba.
Oh, maybe that's the real meaning. If you guys are big fans of Emmas and you're watching us here in the English broadcast, remember to take note of that. But here are our highlights all throughout on what happened. The team fights were pretty okay. There were just a lot of early unexpected fights between those teams that we're expecting to win. And at the same time, there were just a lot of surprises once again. And it's Enigma who kind of rose up together with West Point Mamba, and we've been waiting for it. But for West Point Mamba, the consistency just to get this last map is pretty awesome, and it's pretty proud to see them being like this.
Yeah, they are insanely consistent today. And of course, these are the points, ladies and gentlemen. 20 points for West Point Mamba. H2O gets 14 points and SKR 11 points. At least this time around, we got 3 teams managed to get 2 digits in terms of points collected, but we also have 3 teams not getting points at all. Surprise, surprise that FOD is down there, Ray Ray.
Yeah, we didn't expect. We all thought that, hey, it's FOD's time to actually stand up and to perform really good. But you can't have it every day. But hopefully for tomorrow, we can still see them shine upon other teams. But this is our week 1 ranking. So far, you can see the improvement in the 3rd day out of all teams. West Point Mamba is currently at 115, a 15-point difference against FOD. That's a hot take from them. The consistency, guys, it's very important. Even if you don't get chicken dinner that much, but the fact that you're playing around top 5 with somehow 5 to 7 frags, you know that you can stay in that consistency and be part of the top 1. They got their own seat back as what they did on the very first day, followed by FOD, by KE, by SKR. Enigma is slowly shining once again. Vipers still remain consistent, but it's not too far from the top 10, followed by Glab, Falcon. The top 16 to 20 is a little bit of that struggle, but hopefully they'll be able to make it work.
And not much movement on page number 2 except for H2O and PBE swapping places. H2O, of course, good performance for them in this round. Managed to bring themselves up to number 16 at least. We still have a couple of teams on page 2. Despite getting a chicken dinner, they are still here. Vipers did fairly well, in fact. Actually, they're one of the most improved teams today. Not gonna lie about that. Now, looking at the team summary, West Point Mamba, yeah, they dominate. Basically, 2 out of 4, number 1.
Yeah, I mean, their last map was of a banger, But gotta consider, as what I've been telling a lot of people, that West Point Mamba, they have good strats. I really love, if more so they'll be like adding more flavor, like putting a lot of better frags, maybe they can just really dominate all throughout the scene. I love the rotations. I really look forward to it. But our MVP race, it's coming also from West Point Mamba. We have Migs, followed by Mitchie, our newest addition right now, and followed by two guys from KE. It's the top and Puv Puv. Oh, okay. These four guys are really like the top fraggers amongst their own scene. Migs and Michi are like growing fraggers. They're like, they used to be youngsters, but right now really matured enough to be like the best players in the scene. While the top together with Puv Puv, they are like the veterans, the fragger veterans here in the PUBG mobile scene, and I'm really happy to see them right now. But as for West Point Mamba, these players, look at how big their percentage is when it comes to their kills, adding a lot onto the plate of their scoreboards. Imagine an 18 plus 19 between Biggs and Michi. That's already big, and that already itself is a manifestation how good West Point Mamba is.
But I hope West Point Mamba got Michi a jersey, because he can't be an MVP without the jersey, right? Come on, West Point Mamba, you gotta get him a jersey. Michi, I hope you got one because you deserve it, and glad to see that two players from West Point Mamba very well deserve to be in the MVP race. So it's amazing what they have done today. Very, very consistent move here from West Point Mamba throughout today. Wow, what must I say? A dethrone here, Ray. FOD, losing that top spot to West Point Mamba.
Yeah, I mean, West Point Mamba, they just claimed their throne back after their first day. Their second day was a little bit shaky, but right now the consistency, they kind of work on their mistakes, and they already applied it here in day 3, and it really manifested all throughout. I love that they always make sure that the last map will be upon them. Miramar has been really one of their powerful maps, because earlier in Erangel, they were almost there, but not enough, together with their Sanhok. But here in Miramar, they always finish so flawlessly. It's really engaging to see how West Point Mamba, a team that started from the scratch and now they're here, it's a good storyline to tell. But then, guys, it's too early to say that West Point Mamba will be able to take this, because we still have a lot of games, a lot of days, and we still have the finals. Once you go into the finals, it's a whole type of reset.
Yeah, anyway, thank you so much, Ray, for joining me at the English broadcast. That'll be all for today from us. My name is Sir Cloud. Ray will be joining you back at the Philippines broadcast. We'll see you in tomorrow's game. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.